A nation in motion. A billion dreams in sync. Today, India isn't just witnessing change. We are the architects of it. With the world's largest school system and a demographic dividend ready to lead, the classroom has become the launchpad for a Viksit Bharat. From foundational literacy to AI-driven personalization, we are bridging the gap between opportunity and demand. This is the era of Modi 3.0, where education is the core of national transformation, reaffirming India's position as a global powerhouse of talent and a leader in the knowledge economy. Today, we gather the visionaries, the policymakers, and the pioneers to recognize the game changers who are redefining the academic landscape of our new India. Welcome to the TimesNow.in Education Summit 2025. Let us reimagine the future together.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an evening of excellence and celebration. Please put your hands together for your host of the evening, special correspondent, Times Network, Pooja Jain.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished dignitaries, respected policymakers, education leaders, innovators, academics, and change makers such as yourselves. A huge round of applause for all of you in the room. And a very warm welcome to TimesNow.in Education Summit 2025. I'm Pooja Jain, and it's an absolute privilege to be your host today as we come together to discuss shaping India's future. Education. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And India stands at a defining moment in its journey, really, with the world's largest school system and the youngest workforce globally. Our classrooms today are no longer just spaces of learning. They are launchpads for innovation, inclusion, and global leadership. And under the vision of the Modi 3.0 government, education has been placed at the very heart of national transformation, laying the foundation for a Viksit Bharat, of course, where opportunity aligns seamlessly with skill, with aspiration, access, and talent is nurtured at scale. And that is exactly what brings us here today. The TimesNow.in Education Summit 2025 is a very premier platform where visionary leaders, policymakers, academic experts, and industry pioneers converge to shape conversations, to share insights, and to co-create solutions, if you will, for India's evolving learning ecosystem. The TimesNow.in Education Summit 2025 stems from a collaborative effort, and I'd simply like to take a moment to acknowledge our partners in this effort. We're presented in association with OneXtel Communication. Our knowledge partner is SRM University. Our innovation and research partner is Delhi Technological University. Our digital transformation partner, Onfinity Technologies. Our digital education partner, Coursera. Our associate partner, RKGIT Ghaziabad. And our education partner, Danish University. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to invite our chief guest, Shri Ashish Sood, Honorable Minister for Education, Higher Education, Training and Technical Education, Home Power and Urban Development, Government of NCT of Delhi, to deliver the keynote address. We very much look forward to it, sir. A huge round of applause as he makes his way to the stage to share his insights on shaping a future-ready education ecosystem for our youth. To the Honorable Minister, it is an absolute pleasure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank Times Group for having me here, and in the presence of one of the leaders in the pioneers in the field of education, Sri Anand Kumarji, whose efforts has been exemplary and being followed by people are trying to follow his footsteps. All over the country. And Times now is organizing this summit. I think this is the third edition. Third edition nationally you have organized. As few minutes ago, it was explained that education is the key area of focus in the Modi government, led by Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji. NEP 2020 has laid big focus on the education system. Rather, it has transformed the education system. But being the minister in the government of Delhi, I would like to correlate the new order of education being built up in the country vis-a-vis Delhi's situation, where Delhi stands. The NEP 2020 came after 34 years of the new education policy which was introduced under Rajiv Gandhi's government in 1986. I was a student leader then, student activist. The key focus of that policy was the key word, the catch. उस पॉलिसी में सबसे ज्यादा चर्चित फ्रेज जो था, ऑपरेशन ब्लैक बोर्ड. जिन लोगों ने उस पॉलिसी को फॉलो किया होगा या जिसके संदर्भ में जानकारियां होंगी, ऑपरेशन ब्लैक बोर्ड उस पॉलिसी का एक की फ्रेज था. यानी देश उस समय देश के हर क्लासरूम में एक ब्लैक बोर्ड पहुंच जाए, इसके लिए स्टाव कर रहा था, इसके लिए काम कर रहा था. पॉलिसी मेकर्स की चिंता थी कि देश में हर ओर ब्लैक बोर्ड पहुंच जाए. चीजें वहां से आगे बढ़ी, देश में कंप्यूटर्स आए. जो लोग दिल्ली को जानते हैं, दिल्ली में NIIT नाम का एक इंस्टीट्यूट बना, जहां पर लोग जाकर कंप्यूटर चलाना सीखते थे. मेरे जैसे स्टूडेंट एक्टिविस्ट और बहुत सारी ट्रेड यूनियंस कंप्यूटर्स का विरोध करते थे. मुझे याद है, बैंक्स कहते थे, ट्रेड यूनियंस कहती थी लोग बेरोजगार हो जाएंगे. मगर कंप्यूटर्स ने हमारी जिंदगी में ऐसी जगह बना ली, आज बच्चा खाना नहीं खाता तो माँ उसके हाथ में मोबाइल दे देती है कि किसी तरह खाना खा ले. कीपैड पे खेलते खेलते. और कंप्यूटर्स के बाद दौर ऐसा आया, देश से बच्चे विदेशों में पढ़ने जाने लगे. बड़ी तादाद में विदेशों में पढ़ाई के लिए लोग जाने लगे. और चलते चलते स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स और AI ड्रिवन पढ़ाई तक ही सीमित नहीं रहा है. आज स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स के साथ AI तो हो, मगर एथिकल यूज ऑफ AI पर भी डिस्कशन होने लग गया है. और इसी के साथ साथ जब NEP 2020 लागू हुई तो उसके भाषाई विवादों को जो कुछ राजनीतिक लोग करते हैं उसको छोड़ दें अगर, तो देश में एक यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से पढ़ाई हो और इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन तक हम पहुंच गए हैं। ऑपरेशन ब्लैक बोर्ड से इस सारे सफर को करते हुए देश आज इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन तक पहुंचा है। यानी आज देश में भारत की सरकार करार कर रही है बड़े बड़े विदेशी यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ कि जो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एमिनेंस है वो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एमिनेंस भारत में भी अपना कैंपस खोलें। बहुत सारों ने यहां से थोड़ी दूर दिल्ली का बॉर्डर पार करते ही गुरुग्राम में ऐसे बहुत सारे सैटेलाइट कैंपस खुलने भी प्रारंभ हुए हैं। तो देश में बहुत सारा इस एनईपी में, इसके साथ साथ इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के आधार पर हमारी एजुकेशन चले, यहां तक बातें होते होते देश ऑपरेशन ब्लैक बोर्ड से इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन तक, करिकुलम में टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग, ये सब विषयों को कवर करते हुए यहां तक पहुंच गया। अब ऐसे में जब एजुकेशन समिट होता है तो दिल्ली के मंत्री के नाते मेरा फर्ज बनता है कि इस सारे प्रोसेस में, इस सारे न्यू ऑर्डर ऑफ एजुकेशन जिसे मैं कह सकता हूं बन रहा है, इस न्यू ऑर्डर में दिल्ली कहां खड़ी है, दिल्ली किस सिचुएशन में, दिल्ली किस हालात में है, दिल्ली कहां खड़ी हुई है। भारत की राजधानी है। विकसित भारत अगर बनना है 2047 में तो देश की राजधानी भी विकसित राजधानी होनी चाहिए, विकसित दिल्ली होनी चाहिए, और उसमें एजुकेशन का एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। जब दिल्ली कहां खड़ी है की चर्चा, व्हेन आई स्टार्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट वेयर दिल्ली स्टैंड्स इन दिस न्यू ऑर्डर ऑफ एजुकेशन व्हिच इज इमर्जिंग आफ्टर द इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ एनईपी 2020, वेयर दिल्ली स्टैंड्स, ironically I have to start from the misuse of education or the psyche behind the education done by the previous dispensations. हम कहां खड़े हैं ये बताने के लिए, हम किस हालात में हैं ये बताने के लिए आप लोगों के साथ पिछले दिनों में क्या हुआ उसकी भी एक बहुत थोड़ी सी चर्चा करनी ही पड़ेगी। इस कमरे में बैठे हुए लोग हो या इससे बाहर हो, आप जितने सामर्थ्यवान लोग हो या आपके लिए छोटे, आपके घरों पर, आपके ऑफिसेस में बाकी किसी भी तरह का काम करने वाले लोग हो, और मुझे तो यहां तक बताया गया है कि कभी मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर्स से आप बात करेंगे तो वो बताते हैं कि एक रूम में अगर 100 लोग बैठे हैं, उन सबसे अगर एक सवाल पूछो कि अगर तुम वापस 50 साल की उम्र से 15 साल 20 साल की उम्र में पहुंचा दिए जाओ तो क्या करोगे, तो लोग बताते हैं, रिसर्च और स्टडीज के बारे में बताते हैं कि उन 100 में से 96 लोग कम से कम ये कहेंगे अब की बार पढ़ाई अच्छे से करूंगा, पिछली बार गलती हो गई थी, 10वीं में अच्छे से पढ़ लेता तो। और आप जितने सामर्थ्यवान लोगों के घरों पर, आपकी गाड़ियों पर, आपके दफ्तरों पर, आपके गेट्स पर काम करने वाला हो या आपसे ऊपर कोई भी काम करने वाला हो, आप चाहे उनसे पूछ लीजिए, हर व्यक्ति ये सोचता है, साइके ये है, जो मुझे नहीं मिला वो मेरे बच्चों को मिलना चाहिए, मेरी पीढ़ी को जो नहीं मिला वो मेरी अगली पीढ़ी को मिलना चाहिए। इसी साइके को इस्तेमाल करते हुए पिछले डिस्पेंसेशन ने एक एजुकेशन मॉडल की बहुत सारी बात की, मगर दुर्भाग्य की बात है दिल्ली का मॉडल, एजुकेशन मॉडल कैसा होना चाहिए, आधे अधूरे बने हुए स्कूल्स और कमरे। दिल्ली के एजुकेशन मॉडल में क्या 10 कमरे, एक स्विमिंग पूल दिखाकर ही दिल्ली के एजुकेशन मॉडल की बात हो जाएगी? ले दे के 500-638,000 क्लासरूम्स हैं दिल्ली के स्कूल्स में, सरकारी स्कूलों में। व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट दिल्ली के स्कूल, तो आप ये समझ सकते हैं मैं सरकारी स्कूलों के एग्जाम्पल लेकर ही बात करता हूं, बाकी तो अपने पुरुषार्थ से जिन लोगों ने स्कूल बनाए हैं और जो अपने सामर्थ्य से अपने बच्चों को वहां पढ़ा रहे हैं, उनके संदर्भ में अभी जब मैं जिक्र करता हूं तो मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। तो उन सरकारी स्कूलों में, दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों में ले दे के 500-600 CSR के माध्यम से स्मार्ट ब्लैक बोर्ड्स हों, टूटे आधे अधूरे कमरे हों, नॉन फंक्शनल कंप्यूटर लैब्स हों, आधी अधूरी बिल्डिंग्स। कहने का अर्थ यह कि PR के तौर पर आपके और मेरे साइके का इस्तेमाल किया गया एजुकेशन के नाम पर। तो ऐसे में जब इतना बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन देश भर में हो रहा है, जब मंच मुझे दिया गया उससे पहले बताया गया मोदी 3.0 में एजुकेशन सबसे बड़ा फोकस है, तो उसमें दिल्ली की चर्चा जब होगी तो दिल्ली की इन कमियों की बात भी होगी और आज दिल्ली किस ओर जा रही है। क्योंकि देश की राजधानी में इतना सा भी करने के बाद पूरे देश भर के सामने एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे सेट किया जा सकता है। Whatever small little you do in Delhi sets an example for the country. A very big effort taken up by Anand ji in Patna took years to be popular or acknowledged. If that was done in Delhi, it would have been recognized very soon. तो दिल्ली में किया गया छोटा सा काम भी बहुत जल्दी दिखता है, चाहे वो अच्छा हो या बुरा हो। तो इसलिए आज जब मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में और हमारी मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमती रेखा गुप्ता जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की सरकार चल रही है, तो दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री के नाते, दिल्ली के युवा मंत्री के नाते, दिल्ली के युवा मामलों के मंत्री के नाते, दिल्ली के खेल मंत्री के नाते मैं इस बात को गर्व से कह सकता हूं कि उन गरीब बच्चों को ऐसी एजुकेशन देने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं, हम प्रयासरत हैं, जो उसको इस सरकारी स्कूल के क्लासरूम से निकलकर जब वो किसी विश्वविद्यालय में जाएगा, जब वो बड़े कैनवस पे जाएगा, तो ही इज नॉट मिसप्लेस्ड और मिसफिट, ही डजंट फील लॉस्ट। तो आने वाले दिनों में, इस वर्ष में दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के 7,000 कमरों में स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स लगा के उनको स्मार्ट बनाया जाएगा। 175 schools will have fully functional CBSE norms पर आधारित ICT labs होंगी। We are coming up with more than 100 language labs. We are planning to use AI to reduce the burden of the teachers in their repetitive jobs like attendance that can फेस रिकॉग्निशन कैमरे के साथ स्कूल में बच्चा घुसे तो जो 4-5 मिनट रोज बच्चों की हाजिरी लेने में लगाए जाते हैं, रोज बच्चों के एग्जाम को बनाने के लिए, परीक्षा के पर्चे को बनाने के लिए, उसको चेक करने के लिए जो रेपिटेटिव काम टीचर का रहता है, इसको AI के माध्यम से पूरा करना और साथ ही साथ टीचर का इंटरवेंशन और एंगेजमेंट भी उतना ही मजबूती से रहे, टीचर्स भी इस बात से इनसिक्योर न हो कि AI हमें रिप्लेस कर देगा। एक ये भी कंसर्न है, जैसे कंप्यूटर्स के जमाने में कंसर्न था, ये भी आज एक कंसर्न है। तो इस दिशा में दिल्ली की स्कूल्स को एक टेक एनेबल्ड एजुकेशन दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले बच्चों को मिले, जिसको लेने के बाद, जहां से पढ़ने के बाद, जहां से क्लास से निकलने के बाद दे आर नॉट लॉस्ट। उनको मालूम होना चाहिए स्मार्ट बोर्ड क्या है, इस टेक्नोलॉजी का, AI का कैसे इस्तेमाल है। और इसको और मजबूत करने के लिए आज दिल्ली में एक AI ग्राइंड का आयोजन चल रहा है। आप में से कुछ लोगों को शायद कभी निगाह पड़ी होगी। 5 लाख बच्चों को दिल्ली में, यानी दिल्ली के 5 लाख घरों की डाइनिंग टेबल पर, दिल्ली के 5 लाख लोगों के घरों की चर्चा में दिल्ली के बच्चे दिल्ली की 10 प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट्स पे A3 शीट पर पेपर पर उन प्रॉब्लम्स का सॉल्यूशन प्रोटोटाइप बनाकर दें, ताकि जिस एआई को हम पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, जो एआई एनेबल्ड एजुकेशन देना चाहते हैं, उसका इस्तेमाल, उसको यूज करना, उसके संदर्भ में उसकी एम्पावरमेंट होने का काम। प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, दिल्ली का प्रदूषण कैसे दूर हो सकता है, दिल्ली का ट्रैफिक कैसे ईज आउट किया जा सकता है, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन में एआई क्या मदद कर सकता है। और आप हैरान होंगे, A3 शीट पर जब बच्चे उसमें एंगेज होकर प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट का समाधान बनाते हैं, किस तरीके से कर सकते हैं, वो सोचने का प्रोसेस, जिनके घरों में माता पिता के पास पढ़ाई कम है, साधन कम है, उनको ये सोचने का प्रोसेस देने का काम आज दिल्ली की सरकार इस तरह के नए प्रयासों के साथ कर रही है। ये मेरे को आप लोगों को बताते हुए बहुत खुशी होती है। तो टेक एनेबल्ड एजुकेशन गरीब के बच्चे को मिले, वो आप हमारे और आपके तरह के परिवारों से जो बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूलों में जाते हैं उनके बराबर समकक्ष खड़ा हो सके, प्राइवेट और सरकारी का गैप खत्म हो सके। इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हम दिल्ली के एजुकेशन मॉडल में केवल सरकारी स्कूलों की चिंता करते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि दिल्ली का हर बच्चा इमोशनली, फिजिकली, फाइनेंशियली उसकी स्टेबिलिटी और सिक्योरिटी करना, यह हमारा काम है, यह हमारा काम है। आज विद द एडवेंट ऑफ इंटरनेट एंड द यूज ऑफ इंटरनेट, even by the small kids, these kids are prone to n number of problems mentally also. तो उनकी मेंटल सिक्योरिटी, उनकी फिजिकल सिक्योरिटी, उनकी इमोशनल सिक्योरिटी, उनकी फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी, तो उसके उन चुनौतियों को भी साथ ही साथ दिल्ली के एजुकेशन सिस्टम के साथ, इसलिए 1973 के दिल्ली स्कूल एजुकेशन रेगुलेटरी एक्ट के साथ साथ उसको कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हुए दिल्ली का ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन फिक्सेशन ऑफ फी एक्ट हम लेकर आए हैं, आप लोगों के लिए लाए हैं। क्योंकि पिछले 27 सालों की सरकारों ने अगर अच्छे सरकारी स्कूल चलाए होते तो शायद आप स्कूल में थोड़ी ना भेजते। यहां पर भी तो बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जो सरकारी स्कूल से पढ़ के आए हैं, तो सब कौन कौन आप में से सरकारी स्कूलों में पढ़ा है? तो सरकारी स्कूल ने आनंद कुमार जैसे लोग दिए हैं, सरकारी स्कूल देश को जर्नल्स देते हैं, सरकारी स्कूलों ने देश को IITians दिए हैं, सरकारी स्कूलों ने देश को पॉलिटिशियंस दिए हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स दिए हैं, पॉलिसी मेकर्स दिए हैं। मगर 27 सालों में हमने दिल्ली में वो उनके बिखराव कर दिया। तो डिमांड सप्लाई के खेल में सरकारी स्कूलों, प्राइवेट स्कूलों ने अंधाधुंध फीस बढ़ाना और ऐसे कुछ कुरीतियां या बुराइयां उन स्कूलों में आई। तो आप लोगों की बच्चों से नाजायज फीस वसूली ना हो, फीस आपके हिसाब से हो, तो एक फी एक्ट लाकर उसको फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी पेरेंट्स के लिए और बच्चों के लिए देने का काम भी दिल्ली की सरकार ने कर दी। इस 10 महीने के छोटे से कालखंड में, इस 10 महीने से छोटे से कालखंड में कानून बना दिया। कानून बनाकर हमने रूल्स नोटिफाई कर दिया और अगले कुछ दिनों में फीस रेगुलेशन कमेटी स्कूलों में बनाकर हम उसको इंप्लीमेंट करने का काम करेंगे। साथ ही साथ अभी आप में से बहुत सारे लोग देख रहे होंगे प्ले स्कूल्स, आजकल तो प्ले स्कूल्स में भी ये शिकायत आ रही है, बच्चा का जन्म लेने के साथ ही लोगों की परेशानियां शुरू हो जाती है, कहां दाखिला होगा, कहां बुकिंग करानी है। तो दिल्ली के सरकारी जमीन पर बने हुए प्ले स्कूल्स को रेगुलेट करने का भी प्रावधान बताया जाता है। आजकल तो प्ले स्कूल भी लाख रुपए, 50 हजार रुपए प्रति माह की फीस लेते हैं, और तो उनको भी रेगुलेट करना, इन सब चीजों के संदर्भ में हमारी सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है। इसी के साथ साथ इन्हीं स्कूल के बदलावों के साथ, स्कूल एजुकेशन के इन बदलावों के साथ साथ दिल्ली में 12 जनवरी को दिल्ली देश की राजधानी के साथ साथ स्टार्टअप्स की राजधानी भी बने। स्टार्टअप्स की राजधानी भी बने। दिल्ली का युवा, दिल्ली का स्टूडेंट जॉब सीकर की जगह जॉब गिवर बन पाए, इसके लिए भी स्टार्टअप युवा फेस्टिवल का आयोजन, और केवल स्टार्टअप का ही आयोजन नहीं किया जा रहा है। आप सब एजुकेशन के ज्ञाता लोग हैं, मुझे करेक्ट करिएगा, मुझे इंटीमेट करिएगा, हमें एजुकेट करिएगा। शायद दिल्ली पहला राज्य बनने जा रहा है देश में जो इंक्यूबेशन पॉलिसी भी ला रहा है। वी आर कमिंग अप विद द इंक्यूबेशन पॉलिसी ऑफ द स्टेट। हर यूनिवर्सिटी में वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए काम हो रहा है। वो यूनिवर्सिटी अपने आप अपने तरीके से कुछ बच्चों के इनोवेशंस को बढ़ाने के नाम पर कुछ करती है, कुछ लोगों से CSR लेके उनको चलाने की कोशिश करती है, और बच्चे की मेहनत, उसकी मेधा को, उसके ज्ञान को कोई CSR देने वाला लेकर उड़ जाता है। तो क्या रिसर्च होनी चाहिए? वो रिसर्च, वो इंक्यूबेट जो किया जाए, वो दिल्ली की किन्हीं प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट्स को सेटल करने के लिए, उनको समाधान करने के लिए हो, और बच्चे का मेधा, बच्चे का परिश्रम, उसके साथ खड़ा होकर उसको खड़े रहकर सरकार उसको संबल देने का काम करे। इतनी दूर तक की सोच हम अपने इस वर्तमान एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम में डेवलप करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ जैसे मैंने कहा, इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन हो रहा है। दिल्ली 1961 के मास्टर प्लान में 1464 स्क्वायर माइल्स के एरिया में मास्टर प्लान बनाया गया था। तो कोई और राज्य तो जगह हमें दे ही नहीं रहा है, तो हम तो 1464 स्क्वायर माइल्स में ही हैं। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के बाद मदनलाल खुराना जी के शासनकाल में IP यूनिवर्सिटी बनी, जिसने हमारे बच्चों का जो एक तरह से कैपिटेशन फी पे बाहर जाकर पढ़ने का काम था, उसको रोकने का काम किया। अब उसी तर्ज पर आगे नरेला एजुकेशन सिटी को इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की तर्ज को मीट आउट करते हुए विश्व के बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालय जिस प्रकार से एसेट या फैसिलिटी शेयरिंग का काम करते हैं, नरेला सब एजुकेशन सिटी में बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालय जाएं, अंबेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी का कैंपस बने, DTU का कैंपस बने, IP यूनिवर्सिटी का कैंपस बने, तो सबको अलग अलग लाइब्रेरी क्यों चाहिए? बड़ी बड़ी लैब्स सब यूनिवर्सिटीज की अलग क्यों बने? बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालयों में, बड़े आसपास एक ही राज्य में मिलकर बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालय इन फैसिलिटीज को शेयर करते हैं। तो नरेला सब सिटी के, उस नरेला एजुकेशन सिटी में इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन के इस चैलेंज को स्वीकार करते हुए दिल्ली की सरकार इस प्रकार के कैंपसेस के निर्माण के लिए प्रयासरत है। बड़े बड़े जो कंसल्टेंट्स सरकार ने हायर किए हैं, जिनके माध्यम से इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन के इस चुनौती को हम स्वीकार करके फ्यूचर रेडी कैंपसेस बनाने का काम, फ्यूचर रेडी एजुकेशन इंफ्रा बनाने का काम करने के लिए दिल्ली की सरकार लगातार काम कर रही है। और ये सब काम मिलकर ही जो ये एजुकेशन समिट का पर्पस है, या जब देश में हम चर्चा करते हैं न्यू ऑर्डर ऑफ एजुकेशन, मोदी 3.0 ईरा में एजुकेशन इज द बिग फोकस, तो पॉलिसी मेकिंग का काम भारत की सरकार करेगी। पॉलिसी मेकिंग का काम केंद्र करेगा और उसको अक्षरशः देश में यूनिफॉर्म तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट करते हुए, देश में अच्छे तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट करते हुए एक बेहतर एजुकेशन सिस्टम खड़ा करने में दिल्ली पायनियर हो। यहाँ बहुत सारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, यहाँ बहुत सारे आनंद जी जैसे और अनेक लोग होंगे जिन्होंने अपनी अपनी मेहनत से एजुकेशन के फील्ड में अपना एक कंट्रीब्यूशन स्थापित किया है। मैं टाइम्स नाउ के इस पोडियम को, इस स्टेज को मौका समझते हुए आप सब लोगों को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि दिल्ली में 10 महीने पुरानी सरकार एक नए एजुकेशन सिस्टम का, एक नए एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम को डेवलप करने के लिए प्रयासरत है। और हम मानते हैं कि पीयर लर्निंग जो है, अनुभव से सीखी हुई चीजें बहुत दूर तक काम करती हैं। तो इसलिए मैं आप सबको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि आइए दिल्ली की सरकार में, हमारी सरकार आप सबके साथ संवाद करके, वी आर ओपन फॉर डिस्कशन, वी आर ओपन फॉर लर्निंग। Many of you must be representing big institutions here. You have a first-hand knowledge of developing, building, conceptualizing a big institute. With your learning, we can develop our schools, our ecosystem in a better way. We may be able to, on the basis of your learning, experience sharing, we may be able to procure the infrastructure for our schools in a much competent prices, much better available technological things can be procured with your knowledge and your experiences. And similar applies to the infrastructure, buildings, and many other things. So I invite from this stage, I invite all of you, the policymakers, the head of the institutions, to please come and join hands with the Delhi government, so that with your learning and with your experience, our children are also benefited. And once again, I thank Times Now for inviting me here. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Delhi.
आदरणीय मंत्री के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए प्लीज। ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज। ठीक है, और मंत्री जी हम चाहेंगे कि आप हमारे साथ कुछ और पल जुड़े रहें, तो अगर आप दोबारा मंच पे आ जाएं प्लीज। थैंक यू सो मच। Another round of applause. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. And can we please have Suchi Shukla, editor with Times Now Digital, also kindly join the Honorable Minister as we look forward to presenting the first set of awards this evening. That's right. Tonight is about celebrating educational excellence, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So are we ready to unveil our first set of winners for the evening? Ladies and gentlemen, you're here amongst each other and about to be recognized amongst your peers. It's an incredibly special moment, and we thank you for being here. And with that, I'm now going to announce the first category, its winner, and kindly have the recipient of the award come on stage and receive the honor from Suchi Shukla and the Honorable Minister. The first category for the evening, ladies and gentlemen, is Best University for Campus Placements and Globalized Education. And the winner is SRM University, Delhi NCR, Sonipat. Huge round of applause, please. The university has built an incredibly strong reputation based on excellent placement outcomes for its students and fostered an academic environment that prepares graduates to compete and succeed on the global stage. So if we could have Professor Paramjeet Jaswal, Vice Chancellor of SRM University Sonipat, to kindly receive the award of SRM University Delhi NCR Sonipat. A huge milestone, an incredibly special moment. And we congratulate you and applaud you. If we could please present the award. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Best University for Campus Placements and Globalized Education. Congratulations to SRM University, Delhi NCR, Sonipat. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is a special photo op to capture the moment. Thank you so much. Congratulations to SRM University, Delhi NCR, Sonipat. With that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in Academic Innovation. And the winner is Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute University. Let's please have a round of applause and welcome the team on stage. This is an institution that's committed to quality education, research excellence, and holistic development. Strong academic legacy and a global outlook. With that, the university continues to nurture future leaders and responsible citizens. That's right, if we could have Dr. M. Ravichandran, Pro Vice Chancellor, to receive the award. Excellence in Academic Innovation. Congratulations once again, sir. A very special moment. And with that, we'll move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in Engineering, Innovation and Technology Education. And the winner is the Sri Ramakrishnan Institute of Technology, Panchapalayam, Coimbatore. Congratulations, this is where excellence meets innovation. So SRIT receives the award for Excellence in Engineering, Innovation and Tech Education. Right, we've got Visionary Managing Trustee, Dr. Sundar Ramakrishnan, graciously receiving the award for Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Technology in Coimbatore. Ladies and gentlemen, excellence in engineering innovation and technology education. And with that, we now move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen, which is Academic Excellence Award. And it goes to Vidya Bal Bhavan Senior Secondary School. Can we please have the team on stage? And we're awarding them for their commitment to maintaining high educational standards, fostering a culture of learning, and ensuring their students perform exceptionally well in exams and overall academic activities. Huge round of applause. This is for Academic Excellence Award. Congratulations again, sir. And a photo op to capture the moment before we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Individual Attention to Students. And excellence in individual attention to students goes to Gurukul, the school. Can we please have the team on stage? So we're pleased to present the Excellence in Individual Attention to Students Award to Gurukul, the school, for nurturing every child's potential under the visionary leadership of the founder director, Mr. Sachin Vibes. Excellent. What a special moment, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we move on this evening. And the next category is Excellence in Industry, Academia, Collaboration and Research. And the winner is Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology. Can we please have the team on stage? Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology. They are strengthening industry-academia partnerships, advancing impactful research, and a very well-deserved award. Dr. Vinod Kapse on Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology here to receive it. Huge round of applause. Excellent. This one's very special, ladies and gentlemen. Our next category is Lifetime Achievement Award for promoting education for a social cause. And the winner is Sushma Paul Burlia, Chairman APJ, Saya and Sidran Group, APJ Education, Chancellor APG, Saya University. Lovely. So ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award for promoting education for social cause is presented to Sushma Paul Burlia. We're honoring their leadership, their nation-building impact, and their contributions to India's larger education landscape. What a special moment and what an incredible honor. That you at the hands of the Honorable Minister. With that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next category, which is Academic and Creative Excellence Awards. And it goes to DAV Public School, Sahibabad, Ghaziabad. Can we please have the team on stage? It's a huge honor. The award for Academic and Creative Excellence. And we invite Neeraj Dhawan, Coordinator, and Vidya Shriji, Coordinator, on behalf of Principal Monica Mehan of DAV Public School to, of course, receive the award. We've got renowned educationists, teacher trainers, authors, and they are the proud recipients of this award. They're very much committed towards academic and holistic excellence through experiential learning. A very well-deserved award indeed. And with that, we move on to our next award, which is Excellence in Holistic Education and Development. And ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to BK Birla College Empowered Autonomous Status Kalyan. Let's have the team on stage. We're presenting them this award for excellence in holistic education and student development. And this prestigious recognition is conferred upon BK Birla College Empowered Autonomous Status Kalyan for its outstanding commitment to academic excellence, to student-centric learning, and all-around development. That's right, we've got Dr. Avnish Patil, Principal, and Asmita Gupta, Senior Vice Principal, on stage receiving the honor. Excellence in holistic education and development. And now, Shuchi, if I could please have you felicitate the Honorable Minister for being here at the Education Summit 2025. Sir, it's such a privilege, and we are incredibly humbled and truly honored. A pioneer who's redefining the country's education landscape. Such insightful words at the TimesNow.in Education Summit 2025. Congratulations, and thank you, Shuchi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so with that, we now move on to our first fireside session of the day. And that is STEM for All, or Making Tech Education Inclusive. So as technology reshapes the future, the real challenge is ensuring that access to STEM education is equitable, it's inclusive, and opportunity-driven, reaching every learner, regardless of background, regardless of geography. So to moderate this session, may I please invite on stage Executive Editor with the Times Network and my colleague Anuya Yadav. Huge round of applause. And joining her in this conversation, if I can now please invite on stage a very special guest, Mr. Anand Kumar, founder of Super 30 and of course, renowned mathematician. What a privilege, what a promising power-packed back and forth this is shaping out to be. With that, Anuya, the floor is yours.
थैंक यू सो मच पूजा। और मिनिस्टर साहब ने बहुत सारी ऐसी बातें कही जो हमें ये सोचने पर मजबूर कर देती है कि एक्चुअली पढ़ाई कितनी ज़रूरी है। एजुकेशन समिट है, हम दूसरी बार एजुकेशन समिट कर रहे हैं। आनंद जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमें समय देने के लिए। और बहुत बार आप ये कहते हैं कि काबिलियत हर जगह होती है, लेकिन मौके बहुत सारे लोगों को नहीं मिलते हैं। स्टेम एजुकेशन की बात हम बहुत दिनों से कर रहे हैं। साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग, मैथ्स, कैसे ये चारों जो है बहुत ज़रूरी है। लेकिन जो पिछड़े तबके के लोग आते हैं, या यूँ कहूँ कि टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज़ में बहुत सारे ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो एक समय पर आकर अपनी पढ़ाई छूट जाती है उनकी। ऐसे में कैसे उनकी मदद की जा सकती है एकेडमिकली, नॉन एकेडमिकली, कि आने वाला जीवन जो है वो थोड़ा बेहतर हो?
सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद देते हैं, थैंक्स बोलना चाहेंगे टाइम्स ग्रुप को जिन्होंने मुझे इनवाइट किया इस कार्यक्रम के लिए। और साथ साथ ये बताना चाहेंगे कि सुपर 30 क्या है। बस हम लोग एक मौका दिया। जो बच्चे टैलेंटेड हैं, जिनमें पढ़ने की उत्सुकता है, जिनके पेरेंट्स चाहते हैं हमारे बच्चे पढ़े, अच्छा करें, उनके लिए हम लोग काम किया। और साथ साथ चाहे लाख मुसीबतें हों, बहुत लोगों ने उसका विरोध किया, कई हमले हुए, तमाम चीजों के बावजूद बिना किसी से 1 रुपया पैसा लिए, चाहे हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हों, चाहे मुकेश अंबानी जी हो, आनंद महिंद्रा जी ने हो, सब लोगों ने कहा आनंद पैसे लो, कुछ मदद लो। हमने आज तक किसी से दोस्तों 1 रुपया कोई डोनेशन नहीं लिया। अपने बलबूते पर जितना भी बन पड़ा हम लोग बच्चों को साथ रख के पढ़ाए और बच्चे आगे बढ़े। तो हम ये आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहते, जैसे हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा कि यहाँ अच्छे अच्छे पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, अच्छे अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूट के लोग हैं, इंस्टीट्यूट वाले लोग हैं, तो तमाम लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपने आसपास डिजिटल माध्यम से दूर दराज बैठे जरूरतमंद बच्चों को जितनी हो सके आप जरूर मदद करें।
बहुत अच्छी बात आपने कही, लेकिन मैं एक अहम सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी। यूजुअली जो इंजीनियरिंग का एग्जाम होता है या फिर मेडिकल का एग्जाम होता है वो बेहद टफ होता है, और खासतौर पर जो रीजनल शहरों से बच्चे आते हैं वो बहुत बार लैंग्वेज के बेसिस पर उस एग्जाम को क्लियर करने में थोड़ी परेशानी महसूस करते हैं, डिफिकल्टी होती है। क्या आपको लगता है कि जो प्राइमरी एजुकेशन है या फिर मिड सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन है, उसे अगर रीजनल लैंग्वेज में रखा जाए तो ज्यादा बेहतर है देन अंग्रेजी, क्योंकि वो उनकी मातृभाषा नहीं है, वो भाषा बहुत ज्यादा बोली नहीं जाती है?
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा सवाल किया। जैसा आप लोग जानते हैं कि अपनी मातृभाषा में बच्चे ज्यादा अच्छा समझ पाते हैं, खासकर ऐसे तबके के बच्चे जिनके पेरेंट्स के पास एजुकेशन नहीं है। तो अगर मातृभाषा में रीजनल लैंग्वेज में बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाए तो बहुत फायदा हो सकता है और होगा भी। हम लोग भी क्या करते हैं कि इंग्लिश में लिखते हैं, लेकिन जो हम लोगों का कन्वर्सेशन होता है, बातचीत होती है, वो हिंदी में होती है। इसका फायदा होता है, बच्चे जल्दी सीखते हैं, समझते हैं। और जहाँ तक इंग्लिश की बात रही, चाहे वो मजदूर का बच्चा हो हमारे पास सुरेश राम, या तो एक ऐसा बच्चा हो जो कि एकदम देहात से आता है, अभिषेक हो, कोई भी बच्चा हो, राकेश हो, एकदम गरीब से गरीब तबका का बच्चा फिर आईआईटी में जाता है और अच्छी इंग्लिश भी सीख लेता है और आज देश में ही नहीं बल्कि विदेशों में काम कर रहा है। कई आईएफएस अधिकारी हैं, कई माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में काम कर रहा है, कई गूगल में काम कर रहा है, यूएस में काम कर रहा है, यूके में काम कर रहा है। तो ये मैटर नहीं है कि बच्चे को लैंग्वेज का दबाव शुरू से बनाया जाए। तो जो एनपीई है बहुत अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छा प्रयास है कि बच्चों को अपने भाषा में पढ़ने का मौका दिया जा रहा है इस नीति के आधार पर।
सर, एक और अहम बात ये कि कहा जाता है कि एक बच्चा बेहतर तरीके से तब पनपता है या उसका बेस्ट तब निकल कर आता है जब उसका टीचर उसके साथ होता है या टीचर उसमें उस तरह से बच्चे के साथ समय बिताता है या आगे बढ़ता है बच्चे के साथ। आपसे कहें कि आज अगर कोई स्टूडेंट है जो आपको सुन रहा है या टीचर भी है कोई जो आपको सुन रहा है, किस तरह के कोर प्रिंसिपल्स, कोर वैल्यूज आप सोचते हैं कि आज एक टीचर में होने चाहिए ताकि उसके पढ़ाए हुए सभी बच्चे जो हैं वो बेहतरीन कर सके, देश आगे बढ़ सके?
सर, बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। एक बच्चे का पूरा जीवन टीचर पर निर्भर करता है। जैसे हम लोग मिट्टी का बर्तन बनाते हैं तो एक कुम्हार होता है, उसको थाप देकर, कभी जोर से मारकर, कभी उसको सहलाते हुए एक आकृति देता है। टीचर का भी वही काम है, बच्चों को एक दिशा देना, एक आकृति देना। आज के टाइम में टीचर के प्रति रिस्पेक्ट घटता जा रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं कुछ, सबकी बात नहीं करे, कुछ टीचर्स भी इसके जिम्मेवार हैं। वजह क्या है कि आजकल हर कॉलेज में, हर स्कूल में, हर कोचिंग सेंटर में एक मार्केटिंग टीम बन गई है, एक सेल्स टीम है वहां पर, जो बच्चों से ज्यादा कैसे पैसा अर्जित किया जाए इसके लिए काम किया जाता है। लेकिन जब से हमारा मैनेजमेंट किसी स्कूल कॉलेज का या टीचर खुद चाहेंगे कि बच्चों की उत्सुकता शांत करने के लिए हम लोग कितना प्रयास करें, उनके जीवन में बदलाव लाने के लिए कितना मेहनत करें, पैसा तो बाय डिफॉल्ट अपने आप आ जाएगा। ऐसी कोशिशें होने लगेगी तो सच में हमारा देश बदलेगा और एक ताकतवर देश, विकसित भारत बनेगा।
सर, जैसा कि मिनिस्टर साहब भी कहकर गए कि कैसे सरकारी स्कूलों की सूरत बदल रही है, आपने जो कुछ कहा यहाँ पर कि कैसे बहुत सारे स्कूल्स, बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऐसे होते हैं जो सिर्फ अपने बैंक बैलेंस पर ध्यान देते हैं। सरकारी स्कूलों की अगर मैं बात करूं, आपके हिसाब से जो सरकारी स्कूल के टीचर्स हैं उन्हें भी बेहतर ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है सरकार की तरफ से, लेकिन इसके बावजूद कुछ कोर वैल्यूज, कुछ कोर प्रिंसिपल्स जो उन सरकारी स्कूलों के भीतर भी होने चाहिए, उन पर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
जरूर बोलना चाहेंगे। आज
क्योंकि आप खुद एक सरकारी स्कूल से आते हैं।
गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पहले जो हमारे टाइम में जो शिक्षक हुआ करते थे वो महान लोग थे, जो बच्चों के अच्छे के लिए अपना जीवन लगा देते थे। धोती कुर्ता में आते थे और आते ही कौन बच्चा आज नहीं आया है, कौन टास्क किया है कि नहीं, हमारी स्कूल का परफॉर्मेंस कैसा बिहार में सबसे अच्छा हो रहा है कि नहीं, इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के लोग भी ताकत लगाते थे। अब ऐसी बातें नहीं रह गई, अब खाना पूर्ति हो रही है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे तमाम सरकारें कोशिशें कर रही है कि स्कूल की जो स्थितियां हैं उसमें बदलाव लाए। हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी कितना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल में, हमारे बिहार के भी स्कूल में बहुत अच्छे काम हुए हैं। तो अभी जरूरत इस बात की है कि टीचर्स को अच्छे ट्रेनिंग दिया जाए, उनमें वैल्यूज आए, इनके लिए मोटिवेशन का काम किया जाए। जो अच्छा टीचर करे उनको टाइम टू टाइम आप लोग गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के शिक्षकों को बुला के यहाँ अवार्ड दीजिए। तो ऐसी जो कोशिशें होंगी सरकार के तरफ से, गैर सरकारी तरफ से, तो टीचर में एक मोटिवेशन आएगा, क्यों ना वो स्कूल गवर्नमेंट का हो, और तब टीचर अच्छा करेंगे। तो इस प्रयास के लिए शिक्षकों को भी काम करना है, समाज को भी काम करना है और सरकार को भी करना है। पेरेंट्स को भी काम करना है, जो टीचर सब्जेक्ट से प्यार करते हो, बच्चे के साथ समय देते हो, अपना जीवन लगा देते हो, उनको जाके टाइम टू टाइम मान सम्मान देना भी हमारी जिम्मेवारी बनती है।
आनंद जी, आपने पेरेंट्स की भी बात यहाँ पर कही। मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगी कि बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स आज की तारीख में ये सोचते हैं कि उनका छोटा सा बच्चा डिजिटल एजुकेशन में बहुत अच्छा करे, एआई में कुछ अच्छा करे, रोबोटिक्स में कुछ अच्छा करे। क्या आपको लगता है कि आजकल बच्चों पर अदर देन द एजुकेशनल स्टडीज दैट आर टॉट इन द स्कूल में जो पढ़ाया जाता है, जैसे स्टेम एजुकेशन की हम बात करें, उन पर ना फोकस कर कुछ और अलग करें, कुछ और बेहतर करें, उसे लेकर बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर बनाया जाता है, जिसकी वजह से आजकल हमने देखा है कि बच्चों पर बहुत ज्यादा मेंटल प्रेशर भी होता है?
हम तो उल्टा बोल रहे हैं भाई, उल्टी बात बोल रहे हैं। हमारे पिताजी कोई प्रेशर नहीं बनाते थे, हमेशा बोलते थे बेटा मन लगा के पढ़ो, जो दिल में आए करो, अब मन से काम करो। तो चूंकि प्रेशर नहीं था इसलिए हमेशा सोचते रहते थे। और जीवन में आप लोग अनुभवी लोग हैं, जो जितना सोचता है, जितना ऑब्जर्व करता है, जितना गुड ऑब्जर्वर होता है, वो ही क्रांतिकारी काम करता है, वही कुछ अच्छा करता है। बच्चों को आप इतना प्रेशराइज कर दीजिएगा कि वो केवल कैलकुलेशन करना में बिजी रहेगा, मार्क्स ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाए इसके लिए परेशान रहेगा। अभी बोर्ड एग्जामिनेशन होने वाला है, 10th का 12th का, कितने घरों में जाते हैं, कितने बच्चों से मिलते हैं, माता पिता कहते हैं देखो भाई उनका बच्चा इतना लाया, बच्चा बेचारा प्रेशर में रो रहा है। कभी बच्चों को प्रेशर न बनाए, उनको पूरी सोचने की जो ताकत है उसको विकसित करने का मौका दें, उनको पूरा समय दें, तब जाके कुछ अच्छी चीजें होती है। हाँ, बच्चों को मोटिवेट करना बहुत जरूरी है, गलत रास्ते पर ना भटके इसके लिए समझाना बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन प्रेशर बनाना कभी जरूरी नहीं। हमारे फादर बोलते थे देख बेटा, कभी नंबर भी कम आ जाता था मार्क्स, तो बोलते थे बेटा दुनिया में कोई ऐसा एग्जाम में इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि तेरी प्रतिभा की गवाही दे दे, इसलिए डरना नहीं, मेहनत करना।
बेहद खूबसूरत बात आपने यहाँ पर कही। एक और बात कहना चाहूंगी, पिछले दिनों हमने एक वीडियो देखा जो बहुत वायरल हुआ कि कैसे एक लड़की कह रही थी कि कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम की तैयारी करते करते उसे 5-6 साल निकल गए। उसके बाद उसे ये रियलाइज हुआ कि मैं शायद कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम नहीं देना चाहती हूँ। यूपीएससी एग्जाम की वो लड़की तैयारी कर रही थी। ऐसे में उसने कहा कि अब जब मैं कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड की तरफ जाना चाहती हूँ, तो जो मेरे साथ मेरे दोस्त थे वो आगे बढ़ चुके हैं, मैं जानती नहीं हूं कि कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड कैसा है। ऐसे में क्या आपको लगता है कि बहुत बार हम जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो ये प्रेशर भी ले लेते हैं कि नहीं मुझे सरकारी नौकरी चाहिए, नहीं मैं कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम ही क्लियर करूंगा। आप ऐसे बच्चों को क्या कहना चाहेंगे? बिल्कुल,
ऐसे बच्चों को हम ये बोलना चाहेंगे कि आप कभी गवर्नमेंट जॉब के लिए, सरकारी जॉब के लिए सब टारगेट ही मत रखिए। ना आपके अपने निजी बच्चे हैं या आपके कॉलेज स्कूल में, उनको अच्छा बच्चा बनाइए, उनको नॉलेज होना चाहिए, उनको नॉलेज बचपन से होना चाहिए कि भाई मल्टीप्लिकेशन होता है 26/28, 8 से मल्टीप्लाई करते हैं, फिर 2 से करते हैं तो एक कॉलम आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, व्हाट इज द रीजन बिहाइंड इट, इसको बच्चे को समझ में आना चाहिए। एलसीएम 2, 4, 9, 6 का निकालते हैं, वो 2 कॉमन, अच्छा 3 कॉमन, खटखट मल्टीप्लाई करते, तो ऐसा क्यों होता है? तो बच्चे को चाहे वो मैथमेटिक्स का सब्जेक्ट हो, हिस्ट्री का हो, फिलॉसफी हो, बच्चा अगर सब्जेक्ट समझेगा तो सब्जेक्ट से उसको प्यार होगा, और सब्जेक्ट से प्यार होगा तो नौकरी तो छोटी सी बात है, कहीं ना कहीं वो जीवन में बहुत बड़ा काम करेगा।
यानी कि लर्निंग पर ध्यान देना बेहद बहुत बहुत जरूरी है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आनंद जी आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, इस बातचीत
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने बुलाया, मान सम्मान दिया, आप लोगों का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सर।
हाँ, अनुया, शुक्रिया अनुया और शुक्रिया आनंद जी। आनंद जी हमारे साथ जुड़े रहने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और मैं सुशी को दोबारा स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगी अगले सेट ऑफ अवार्ड्स प्रेजेंट करने के लिए। वो हमारी एडिटर हैं विद टाइम्स नाउ डिजिटल। Huge round of applause. And are you ready as we unveil the next set of awards, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we'll move on to the next one, which is Innovation in Education. And the winner is the Millennium School Indore. Can we please have the team on stage to accept the award? Accepting the award on behalf of the Millennium School Indore. This person has been instrumental in shaping its voice, vision, and outreach, the head of marketing, through strategic insight, creative storytelling, and a deep understanding of what parents and students truly value. The institution has successfully strengthened the school's brand while staying rooted in its core mission of nurturing young minds. Excellent. A special photo op to capture the moment. Congratulations to the Millennium School Indore. Again, winner of the award Innovation in Education. With that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Emerging Preschool. And the winner is Dinis International Preschool, Greater Noida. Can we please have the team on stage to receive the award? And this award, ladies and gentlemen, recognizes the school's innovative approach to early childhood education. And we congratulate Dinis International Preschool on this well-deserved recognition and eagerly anticipate its contributions to the world of education in the future. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Emerging Preschool, Dinis International Preschool, Greater Noida. An incredible honor. And with that, we move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen, which is Award for Holistic Achievement. And it goes to DAV School East of Kailash. Let's have the team on stage, please. And this award goes to this institution for nurturing all-round development, strong values, and future-ready learners. We proudly present the Award for Holistic Achievement to DAV School East of Kailash. All the more special to receive the award from Anandji himself. What a moment, what recognition, what an honor. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our next category for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. And our next category for the evening is Educational Leadership Award. And it goes to Ajanta Public School. Can we have the team on stage? And this award goes to them for their visionary guidance, their inspiring academic leadership, their shaping progressive learning environments. It's the undisputed winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, Educational Leadership Award to Ajanta Public School. And with that, we'll move on to our next category and come back to this. Academic Excellence Leaders. And it goes to Richmond Global School. Let's have the Richmond Global School team on stage, please. And a huge round of applause. Keep the applause coming for your fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Because Richmond Global School is setting benchmarks in scholastic performance, innovation, and consistent academic distinction. So they're the undisputed recipients of the Academic Excellence Leaders Award, Richmond Global School. Congratulations once again. What a lovely moment here at the timesnow.in Education Summit 2025 North Edition. And our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is in the category, thank you, Excellence in Academics. And the winner in this very coveted category, Excellence in Academics, is the Millennial School, Bhatinda. Can we please have them on stage? So representing the Millennium Group of Schools, the visionary behind its strong voice and outreach is Ms. Jyoti Sehgal, Head of Marketing and Strategic Initiatives, and she's accepting this highly prestigious award on behalf of the Millennium School, HMEL, Bhatinda. Congratulations to the entire Millennium School Bhatinda organization. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Congratulations, ma'am. And Suchi, I think it's only right that we please felicitate Anandji for being here. He's raised the level of the platform to higher heights. So we're truly honored. We feel incredibly special. हम आपके बहुत ही आभारी हैं, sir. दिल से शुक्रिया. धन्यवाद. Thank you. Thank you, Anandji. A huge round of applause for this renowned mathematician. And thank you, Shuchi, as well. All right. So with that, we move on to our next fireside conversation for the evening. And ladies and gentlemen, this topic is incredibly, incredibly special and personal. It's on championing pathways of education for girls across India. All right? Educating girls is not just about access. It's about empowerment. It's about equity and unlocking India's true potential. So to moderate what promises to be a deeply moving fireside chat. If I could please invite on stage anchor with Zoom TV, Rudrani Chattoraj, to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, Rudrani, for doing the honors as always. And joining her in this conversation, please welcome an acclaimed actor, a producer who's known for choosing narratives that are absolutely challenging stereotypes on a daily basis. She's championing equality and sparking meaningful conversations wherever she is. Beyond cinema, she's been a strong advocate for education, women's empowerment, and access to opportunity, which is making her a powerful voice for today's conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Taapsee Pannu. Huge round of applause, please. Taapsee, this is so special for us. All right, we can't wait for this one. And with that, Rudrani, over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And this is such an important summit, and we are very excited to do this. Very honored to have Taapsee. You heard her introduction, and she's so much more than what you hear about her. She's been championing education for women for a really, really long time. She comes from a family who's believed that women have to be educated. Education is a very, very important part of your growing up years, adds to your personality and overall development. So which is why it's such an honor to have such a fantastic, powerful, and empathetic artist with me. Taapsee, once again, can we please give a round of applause to this wonderful human being? Taapsee, like I said, I'm very, very excited to do this. We've known each other for years now. And I was just telling you that the confidence level in you has only increased. The will to be present, the will to acquire more knowledge has never been lessened. And you have always encouraged education for women. Let's go there. Tell me how that has impacted your life, the starting of it, your beliefs and all of that.
Good evening, everyone. I don't think anyone is oblivious of that saying that if a woman is educated, then the entire family is educated. So I don't think I really need to tell you all that. And I thought when I've been given the power by this country, the audience, the movie audience, where they look at me with a certain sense of expectation, it's only fair to not just live up to it, but try to pay back all the love and adulation that I've gotten over years. So it was a very organic attempt to understand what exactly, and I don't want to do something just because it's just nice to do for an actor. I mean, I wouldn't say that a lot of people do this, or I just talk about myself. I've been a very strong believer in education. And I should tell you that I feel there's a difference between literacy and education. And for me, it's important to be educated. And when I say educated, it's about the sense of being, living beyond just literary knowledge. And when I thought about that, I thought this is one area I really want to pay back in, because many women especially are educated. The situation is not really that for them, but unfortunately for the girl child, it's slightly worse. So I reached out to this beautiful foundation called Nanni Kali in 2020, and I thought, okay, and it was honestly very much around the COVID time, where we were seeing those horrific visuals we were seeing, and at that time where we all were forced to pause. And it's sad to say, but yeah, that pause made me reflect a little more than any other time, and I thought, what can I possibly do? This is it. I reached out to Nani Kali Foundation and I told them that you tell me which places I can adopt the girls from. I want to take up the charge of 100 girl children. And I want to not just sponsor their education. That's honestly, for any one of you sitting in the room, it's hardly any price if you actually go and ask. There's some, I think one girl child probably in junior school has some 5,500 rupees. वो तो हमारे एक खाने का bill से भी कम है actually. What is that amount? The only thing that I need to invest, which is precious for a lot of us, is time. And me and my now husband, we wanted to do that together as something that we wanted to pay back with. So both of us took the charge of 100 girls to make sure that we took up girls from the age of 6 because they were in first standard at that time. And we told Nani Kali that we want to make sure you keep these girls under us till 12th standard and even beyond if they want to study. We want to feel a sense of responsibility and not deter from it is why we want to take these girls from first class. So I can have a record. So we very, very dedicatedly get their report cards of every term. We assess कि किसने English में, Hindi में, Maths में अच्छा किया, बुरा किया. And after a year, we meet them along with their parents and talk to them about their results. Talk to the parents about what can I do that they don't let their daughter drop out from school? What can I possibly provide them? And when I talk about Nani Kali, to their credit, I must say, it's not just about English, Hindi, Maths. It's also about civic sense, your habits, your behavior. They teach those things beyond school. Is why I wanted to work with Nani Kali on this. And it's been 5 years now. They have reached, some are in 5th, most of them are getting in 6th. And I remember my last visit was very, very endearing because we went and we said, okay, if you all promise me you're going to pass your 5th and you're going to go in 6th, I promise you everybody will get a cycle as a gift from me so that you all can cycle your way through to the schools and not drop out. And all of them did. And it has been I cannot tell you the feeling you get was beyond a success of any film I have done.
I think we need to really applaud that.
That was so heartwarming. It is, and you know, I sat there, the parents there realized that I've come there after my wedding for the first time. They did a little, वो घर आती है ना लड़की तुम्हारी शादी के बाद.
Correct.
So they did that ceremony with me.
How sweet.
So it made me feel, oh, they really think that I'm a part of their family. Yeah. So that really, really motivated me that I'm not going to leave them. They have accepted me as a part of the family. I'm going to do what a family member is supposed to do. So yeah, so that's the motivation we are driven with, both of us. And I really feel education is the only solution to any problem that our country is facing today. There's a very popular dialogue, popular मतलब मेरे लिए तो popular ही है. मुल्क का एक dialogue है, अपने देश को प्यार करके, मैं अपने देश के प्रति प्यार कैसे साबित करूं? प्यार करके. ये मेरा तरीका है प्यार करने का. आज की डेट में we have a lot of conversation about कि मतलब how do you show you love your country? You know, हम नारे लगा के भी शो कर सकते हैं, हम बॉयकॉट करके भी शो कर सकते हैं. मेरा तरीका ये है.
बिल्कुल. So wonderful. Another round of applause because this story is so heartening, so beautiful. But like you rightly said, education truly empowers you, tells you you can make your own choices, the right and the wrong, and increases your knowledge. You know, we all know Tapsi is a complete outsider. And in her house, like I was telling you, education was always given a lot of importance. She's done engineering. She's also applied for CAT, gotten through it. And, you know, which also gave her an option that if she wants to go through it. But she was also, in her life, making sure that she never gave up on education while she was coming here. I understand a lot of actors in their lives have done that, but I think it also comes from that mindset that, how you value it and how you also wanted to make sure that you are in that position where you have just secure educational background.
Yeah, that really helps, because it's not like there were a lot of offers that started coming my way in my final year, in my 4th year of engineering, because I was doing some pocket money modeling. So my pictures were with a lot of coordinators and casting directors. So they started calling me to come and audition for films in my final year. And I was very clear with them, I'm not shooting any film unless and until I'm done with my final year, final exam. I'm not stepping out. That's not because, मेरे घर वाले मुझे डांटेंगे ये वो and all, because I wanted to make sure that ये start किया है ना, ये मैं खत्म करूं, because this is going to give me the confidence of कि कल को अगर if this profession doesn't work for me, I don't feel like अरे यार what will I do in my life if this doesn't work, now I'm good for nothing. I should never feel like that, because that's going to make me take wrong decisions in my life. So that's insecurity is going to make me do things that I will regret later. So it's better to have that strength of education backing me. So I did not have a godfather backing me, but I have my degree backing me that told me that come what may, I will be okay.
No, but truly, I think that is why this confidence is there in you, right?
Yeah.
That is why there is a security in you.
Yes, and a lot of opportunities that you get while you are getting educated. So as I said, there's difference between literacy and education, right? I was getting educated. So when you do that, you're also developing a civic sense. You're also developing basic being, how to be.
Absolutely.
Beyond classroom and books. So you're growing. The opportunities I got during my school, during my college, that helped me shape my all-round personality. That told me that I am beyond one job, one profession. I'm very happy and proud to say that I have life beyond films. I'm not an actor 24/7. I'm not performing here in front of you right now because they haven't paid me to. But I'll just say that that's what the education is what has given me the confidence that nobody needs to pay me to say this today.
And absolutely, and I think knowledge never goes to waste, right? You're also an entrepreneur, you have sports teams, you have so many things that you're doing in the side as well. And every piece of knowledge that you've gathered in your life comes in handy?
Of course, no knowledge goes waste, because maybe it will not directly help me. Where did maths and physics help me perform in any of my films? But it did help me in choosing those risky projects. Because otherwise, वो वाला डर नहीं था कि if it doesn't work, oh my God, where will the bread and butter come from? So that ease of choosing risky subjects, risky characters, choosing a path that is not very obvious for a female actor in the film industry, not really, of course everybody fears to fail, but not really feeling that this is the end of the road for me if I fail, is all because I was brought up in a way that taught me that you are more than just one job. I am more than just being an actor. I have life beyond films. I have education beyond films. I have a world to live in beyond films.
We often discuss gender discrimination and how they say that if we bring up the boys in the same way, educate them, when we are talking about a different kind of education, about gender sensitivity, about civic sense, about the way you treat people around you, which you are mentioning right now, it will impact the way we are looking at things, right? We have films on this. But it is such an important part of the discussion. Educating the boys as well, because like you said, in a lot of households, there is gender discriminations in places that are far from here, where they are choosing whether the girl child or the male child needs to be educated, and it's usually given to the male child when it is in that situation. So I think even then, education, but like you said, on the importance of, understanding what is gender discrimination, gender sensitivity, believing in equality can be done from the household, right? Beyond schools, how can parents get involved in this?
I'll tell you, I'll give an example. I had come across this news article recently. I don't know how many of you know about it. There's a small village called Oraiya, if I'm not wrong. There was this girl who was not going to school, and the principal there felt very concerned because that girl didn't show up in school for quite a few days. And he ended up going to her house to figure out, is everything okay? Is she not well? Only to find her working in the fields because the family did not have 500 rupees to pay for her school fee. 500 rupees.
Yeah.
So she had to just stop going to school. So that principal paid up from his own pocket and made sure that she turns up to school and assured the family that in the future as well, money should never be a reason to stop her from going to school. So what I want to say is, it's not the amount of money, it's the intention. Yeah. And it was the intention of this male principal who was a human being before just being a man or a woman, who understood the value of education, who was brought up probably in a way that he knew that if, as I said in the beginning, if a woman is educated, entire family is educated. So for him to make that, he didn't have to go and step out of his office to actually go. How many principals really go to a child's house to find out कि क्यों नहीं आ रही है school ये? He didn't really have to do it. But for him to have done it, he must be really brought up well. So it only takes that much of effort, which all of us probably can. I think it's just a matter of, as I said, the money is not the thing for most of us here, because education doesn't cost that much, basic education in India. It's the time. Are we ready to invest this much time in our countrymen? That is what is going to make the difference.
I can continue on and discuss so many things, but we have a little time constraint. So I'll come to my last question. Taapsee, you were just saying that how your education gave you that feeling that I can make those risky choices, I can do something different, and you have, right? Your roles also reflect your beliefs. When we think of Taapsee's filmography, you will realize films like Thappad, Pink, Mulk, and so many others, where it does reflect in what she believes, in the fact that you're calling out discrimination, standing up for your rights, and all of that. And I think that is inspiring. Tell me why that was so important for you early on, where you made sure you got those opportunities, and when you did, you made these kind of choices.
I didn't understand. What was in my mind when I...
When you got the opportunities finally, you wanted to specifically choose these kind of subjects and through your roles tell the stories of these women.
Very simple. It was first because I read those scripts and I felt like I haven't seen this before. I haven't heard this kind of a story before. This feels new. First was that. Second was when I finished reading those scripts, I couldn't stop thinking about it for a few days. It kept haunting me, or my mind kept thinking about it for days. That made me feel like if this can leave this kind of an impact just by mere reading, imagine what audio-visual medium like movies can actually do. I was just telling her a while back that how my audience has spoiled me, because one of my very few first films like Pink, usually actresses get compliments like, you looked very glamorous, you look very beautiful, I loved your clothes, I loved your hair, or your dance was very good, whatever, that film was very good, can I have a photo? My initial compliments were, thank you for doing this film. Thank you for saying those lines. So that was, and then the picture part of it came, or there were a lot of people who came up to me after Shabash Mithu. My girl wanted to play cricket after she saw this. There were, I shouldn't say compliments, but there were statements after Thappad like, I saw your film. It was my story. You don't know what to say, thank you, or you say, I'm sorry. So my audience actually spoilt me with compliments beyond just the looks, dance, and beauty of my roles, which is also a very tricky part. It's not that easy, honestly, but this is what I heard. Then I became hungry. Sand ki aankh. You know, the other day a driver in Dubai was telling me, "Aapki sari filmein achhi hai, ma'am, but sand ki aankh." When I went to meet the Jawans in Kashmir, they were like sand ki aankh. And honestly, that film collected what? Around 21 or 24 crores at the box office. What is it, aaj ki tareekh ke andar? But that Jawan sitting at the border has seen that film and remembers me from that film. It was truly heartwarming. This is for the impact that it has left. That film where I played a 6-year-old. So I think my audience has spoiled me for compliments beyond the vanity. And hence I keep going on searching for these roles and searching for these scripts.
And you must. We are very, very proud of you, Taapsee. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for always being so fearless in your choices, in your life. And we will always cheer for you. Once again, give a round of applause for this wonderful woman.
Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you've been a wonderful audience as well. And we would like to wrap this session. Thank you.
Absolutely. What an inspiring back and forth. A huge round of applause once more, please. And Taapsee, we ask that you please remain on stage for just a moment longer. Thank you so much, Rudrani. And Taapsee, we absolutely could not let you go without presenting you a token of our appreciation for the icon that you are and for the game-changing, impact that all of your work has had, both on and off screen. So if I could please invite Shuchi Shukla, editor with Times Now Digital, to kindly present Taapsee Pannu with a special award. And this one is incredible because it's Game Changer Award for Impactful Contribution for Supporting Education for Women. I think this is deeply deserved, and this is an iconic award to a true icon in the industry. A wonderful human being who continues to inspire. Taapsee Pannu Game Changer Award for Impactful Contribution for Supporting Education for Women. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. We'll relish the moment, and Taapsee, we look forward to following what you do next. Thank you, Shuchi. All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to our next fireside conversation. And that is NEP 2020. Progress, gaps, and the road ahead for a Viksit Bharat. So as India reimagines its education framework, this session will reflect on what has been achieved so far and what lies ahead in transplanting policy into impact. So to moderate what promises to be a power-packed discussion, may I please invite on stage my colleague, news anchor and principal correspondent with the Times Network, Ashish Parikh. Huge round of applause, Ashish. It's a pleasure to have you with us to spearhead the conversation. And joining him in conversation, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, who's the chairman of Pehle Foundation and the former vice chairman, of course, with Niti Aayog, a very familiar face, making incredible impact across the nation and beyond. With that, I hand it over to these two very capable gentlemen. Ashish, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure of mine that we are here at the Education Summit, and what better person to be with than Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Everyone talks about Viksit Bharat, everyone talks about Prime Minister Modi's vision, but education is the cornerstone of the Viksit Bharat that we are all dreaming about, and one of the key factors is the National Education Policy. And sitting with me is the man who was the vice chairman of Niti Aayog when NEP 2020 was formulated and initially rolled out. So, sir, we just had a look at the annual school education report 2024. For the first time after a long stagnation, you have government schools actually doing well. Basic Hindi reading skills have gone up, arithmetic skills have gone up. So, what's working on the ground? Is this the NEP 2020 effect, or are state governments doing some magic?
Well, wonderful to be here, but also a very difficult act to follow after Tapti. So congratulations to the summit. And it's a great news that the ratings have improved in Pratham for the first time in 25 years. And I think what's happened is that the state governments have begun to realize that they need much more attention on primary education and on universal primary education. Because unless our country achieves high quality universal primary education, we will not go anywhere, because our demographic dividend is dependent critically on that. And I think some of the effect is that the NEP, when it was announced after 30 odd years, actually inspired the states to come to start looking at education and health as two critical sectors for the development of the state and that of the country. And I think that is, so what NEP did was to serve as a kind of a wake-up call that our education is not where it is and it should, where it should be. But I just want to have a word of caution that Pratham's results are not, don't hold for the whole of India. So there are still very large pockets where primary school education needs a lot of improvement, and especially where children go to the government schools. And I think there's beginning to be a bigger difference between private and public schools, which we need to look after.
Absolutely. In fact, we have a lot of educationists also in the audience, and I'm sure everyone would agree with the fact that there are a lot of gaps that need to be addressed as well. And when NEP 2020 was rolled out, the idea, the assumption was that there would be cooperative federalism. But we've seen, in a way, some sort of a competition when it comes to federalism. For example, just as an example, Karnataka, NEP 2020 was rolled out by a government, then the next government came in, they amended because they thought that it served an ulterior political motive. But the problem is, do you think the fact that we have a federal structure which is so strong, we also at the same time need a very strong implementation body to ensure that a concept, an idea like NEP 2020 is actually implemented on ground across the country?
Absolutely right. Being a federal state and the fact that education is in the concurrent list and it really falls into the lap of the state governments on what they want to do with it, especially up to the higher education level. So at the higher education level, the new act that the government had just passed, which is the Higher Education Commission, which will replace the UGC and everything else, I think that will probably provide the basis for a universality and standard setting of higher education across the states. But that can't still be said about primary and secondary school education. So what might be a very good idea, actually, is just like you set up the GST Council, the government can think about setting up an interstate education council where the education ministers of all the states come together and decide to standardize the curricula, and of course the language curriculum will be different because the three languages, are whatever they would choose, etc. But for the rest of it, they could do that. The principal point being that what you need is a coherent strategy for implementing NEP across the country. But remember that India as a country is larger than Europe, is more diverse than Europe, and each state here pretty much represents a big country anywhere else in the world. The state that I come from, Uttar Pradesh, 250 million. So we need to cater the education system to the requirements of that particular state and maybe even of a sub-region within the state. So therefore, you need a much bigger effort now that you have laid the foundation to build a cohesive structure. You need, and as I suggest, as I was saying, what you could do is to create, an interstate council for primary and universal education. Just one thing that I want to say is that the most important goal today before the government must be the universalization, must be the universal achievement of 100% secondary education, including vocational skills. And I think the country needs that, and the window is not too long because, we will start becoming, aging society after about 2045. So we need to do that in the next 20 years.
Absolutely. In fact, it's interesting that you spoke about Uttar Pradesh, and I think a lot of people, when they speak about education in India, do not take into context the population and the diversity. I mean, Uttar Pradesh alone, I believe, has a population more than Japan, Brazil, Portugal. So
it's the 5th largest country in the world.
Right. So that's the diversity that we're looking at. But also, one of the interesting points that I want to talk about is the fact that public expenditure, when it comes to education, one of the long-term visions of NEP 2020 was to ensure that 6% of the GDP is spent on public education expenditure. Even now, even the current, the expenditure that we have hasn't met 6%. Over the past 57 years, I believe we've had 3 major education policies. None of them have been able to take it to 6%. How is it that a subject and a topic as important as education does not get even 6% of our spending?
So this 6% goes back to the Kothari Commission, which was there, I think, in the early 60s, as far as I remember. But there's a misunderstanding about this 6%, which is that 6% we assume should be 6% of the GDP from the government alone. But the fact is that it should be 6% of government plus private expenditure together. And we are beyond that today. We are beyond that today. And the very, very good news is that even the lowest people at the lowest level of income, lower society, have understood the huge importance of education. So, even the poorest people, people who are working in our homes or, they are wanting to send their children, to school to try and, because they know that the return on education is very high, and that's the only way to go forward. So the 6% is actually being achieved if you combine government, public and private expenditure together. What you want to do is to have a much better return on the money, 3% or so, that the government spends on education. Because that is where the output, the evaluation of school teachers, of universal teachers, etc., is missing. So very often what you find is that teachers in the government schools get a much higher salary than in the private schools, but their results or their impact is much lower. So people are wanting to send their children to private schools, which are of course more expensive. And I think that gap needs to be, eliminated. And the sooner we do it, the better. Chief Minister Yogi has started a program called Kaya Kalp, to change the whole quality of schools, government schools. And I think it's the government schools where we need to focus on, and to get a better bang for the buck from what we spend already.
Absolutely. A quick follow-up question on that. You made a very valid point, the fact that, we have infrastructure going up as far as government as well as private schools are concerned. We have the curriculum as well being updated. But do you think enough efforts are being made to ensure that even the teachers, who are the primary point of contact when it comes to students, is enough stress laid on reskilling them, enabling them to ensure that, for example, everyone talks about AI, everyone talks about using generative AI to teach students, but do you think teachers are also being made ready for it?
I'm afraid not. And I think there's one of the most difficult issues that you've raised, the quality of the teacher, the quality of teaching, and the quality of teacher connect with the students, and the fact that teacher is not just a not just a deliverer of some curriculum, but also is an ideal and connect with children. But I have a fear, which is that as some of these experiments like Physics Wala and others have shown, teachers might be making themselves redundant in a world where AI is taking over very quickly. So what you have with the technology now is the possibility of one-to-one tutorship of one student, through the AI route, and the fact that, for example, you have Diksha and you have the other, digital tools at your command. So the children can actually access all the information that they have, without there being a teacher. So what you want is a teacher which is defined differently and is not just is just not a person who carries information, but he actually, is a true educator. And a true educator means somebody who is building character, somebody who is building morals, somebody who's doing ethics, and somebody who is bringing the societal aspect of growth among the students. And otherwise, what will happen is that the schools, the bricks and mortar schools, will probably make themselves redundant over time as our AI technology revolution takes place further, more and more.
Absolutely. I think we all need to update here, and that again is the core of this entire conversation. The other fact that I want to talk to you about is a new regulator that is being proposed. We had the Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan bill by the central government, which basically proposes a regulator which will replace bodies like UGC, AICTE. Now, there have been a lot of concerns, I'm sure you're keeping track of it, across the country. The fact that education is a state subject. States are concerned that the central government deciding a policy and then deciding the funding in a way dictates how their students study. So you worked at the intersection of federal governance as well as policy. How do you strike that right balance, ensuring that good quality policies are penetrated when it comes to states, but also at the same time, it does not, the entire control does not lie with a single regulator?
As I said earlier, Ashish, the fact is that a pan-India policy for anything in this country, except maybe for defense or foreign policy, or even not for foreign policy actually, a pan-India policy for any issue or any subject is actually not workable. Because what might be good for higher education, let's say in Maharashtra, or let's say Kerala, which has got 100% not just literacy but education, may not be good, may not be required for Chhattisgarh. So what you need to do is to cater to the requirements of the ground, and that ground requirement could be very different. Now I'll give you an example. I believe there are 36 districts in this country which are the source of pretty much 70% of the migration that takes place. Now that means that those 36 districts are unable to capture the talent of their humans. Now there you might require a whole set of vocational education, where the children might learn the vocations which are useful in that state so that they can work there or carry it forward there. Now that may not be required for Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu is a recipient of the, or for Bangalore. So back to my suggestion that for all of this, you've got to bring the states together on the same platform and then discuss with each other and say that, yes, this is the standard regulation, but let us see how we can apply it flexibly, across the different states so that everybody comes together. Again, give you one more example. The Prime Minister started, when I was there, the Aspirational Districts program, and we selected 112 districts, which were the most backward. Now, what they require there is completely different from what you require in districts in Gujarat and Maharashtra and so on. So my thoughts really is that you have to have policy and their implementation in line with the ground reality, rather than just say that this is what we need. Just one last thing is that I did not see in the NEP, and I was saying, any ambitious target for saying that by so-and-so year, so many universities will be in the top 100 of the world. We need something like that as we go forward, because after all, this India will be primarily a knowledge economy in the next 25 years, and we have to lay the groundwork for that.
Absolutely. Very interesting point that you made there, that there is no concrete goal or aim as such. Like, for example, when we say Viksit Bharat, it's 2047. So we know by when the Prime Minister wants India to be Viksit. But when it comes to education, I think that is something that's lacking. A quick question before we wrap. Do you think the problem also at the end of the day is that the curriculum even now does not really cater to what the industry requires? This is a concern that we've heard from industry for many, many years now. Do you think we still lack the kind of foresight that is needed to ensure that the education quality and also the vocational education that you were talking about meets the industry standards?
You see, there are 2 or 3 levels of answer to this question. The curriculum at the primary school should be more about teaching the children how to learn. Yeah, learning about learning, how to ask the questions, how to grasp whatever you're getting, not just rote. It's no good telling them to, rote something. The whole thing is about mental development. Then at the secondary school, the curriculum could well be that you do whatever, but along with you learn a vocation, right? So that not all of us will go to the higher education and do it. Many people after secondary education will be much better off if they were to do some vocational skills, which then can become a continuum. So you can start being a plumber, then you can be a master plumber, then you can be a plumber designer. So that's the second part of the curriculum. The third part of the curriculum is the higher education. And at the higher education level, you've got to bring sort of the frontiers of knowledge to the children there. Now, and that is where you talk about how to inspire the children to take the knowledge frontier forward. So again, to talk about just one single, finally, this is one thing that I think in all this, we will benefit of much more if the academia, the education world, works more closely with the industrial world, the business world. Because, the question of employability, so we should know what the business wants and what the business wants 10 years from now. And that's what we should be working on, etc. So that coherence or that collaboration also needs to be brought in. Again, I think these are things that we need to be building much more on and thinking about, yeah.
Absolutely. And before we wrap, we have a lot of educationists and a lot of people here who run multiple schools and colleges. As someone who's worked, like I earlier said, at the intersection of policy research and federal governance, you know the fact that the government can frame whatever policy it wants. Implementation is where it all is decided. So these are the people that implement it. Yeah. Any last message that you have for them?
I think first of all, I'm saying that they are doing a great job, because without them, we would be far behind. So it's the private sector which creates, which has done a lot of, contribution to taking it forward. I think all of them must now look at how to integrate AI and digital technology into the education. If you want to get 50% of our children in higher education, it will not happen through traditional universities. It will happen through a system where education and information and interaction is available online. So the education providers must actually be focused very sharply on how the delivery of education will happen in the future, and what is education about. Is it only about learning some subjects, or is it about developing a mental capability to be able to create and to be able to generate new ideas? Because that is what India needs today.
Absolutely. What flows eventually grows. I think that's the mantra here. And thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Absolute pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you so much for being here.
And hope NEP 2020, like you had visualized, also serves its purpose. And the implemented, people who implement it are the ones here, and your message is reaching out to everyone.
And all the very best wishes to the implementers, because they are really the ones who are important in taking it forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashish. What a wonderful back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. And Rajiv, sir, we ask that you please remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. We're truly honored and deeply humbled by your decision to be here. And if I could please have the editor with Times Now Digital, Shruti Shukla, back on stage to join Rajiv Kumar as we now present the next set of awards at the Times Now.in Education Summit 2025 North Edition. All right, the next award, ladies and gentlemen, is in the category Emerging Education Technology Company of the Year. And the winner is Mahfatlal Technologies. Let's have the team on stage, ladies and gentlemen. For over 120 years, Mahfatlal legacy has shaped India's growth from textiles to technology. Today, Mahfatlal Technologies is transforming education through AI-enabled solutions that reach the nation's last mile. Special moment and incredible honor. If we can have Rajiv sir please do the honors and present Mahfatlal Technologies with this recognition as Emerging Education Technology Company of the Year. Excellent. Excellent, ladies and gentlemen. A special moment. Congratulations once again. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Holistic Development Programs. And the winner is Presidium Senior Secondary School, Gurgaon. Let's please have the team on stage. So if I could invite Ms. Sudha Gupta, Chairperson of the Presidium and Mother's Pride Group of Schools, a renowned educationist. She's an author, she's a parenting expert, and has been honored nationally and internationally for her outstanding contribution to holistic education and child development. Congratulations once again. A special honor, a highly coveted category, a very personal award. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next category, which is Excellence in HR and Learning Leadership. And in this category, Excellence in HR and Learning Leadership, the award goes to Ganish Yadav. So huge round of applause. Ganish Yadav, congratulations. And in a world where learning never stops and growth is continuous, strong HR and learning leadership become the foundation on which teams thrive. So this award honors an individual who's gone beyond processes to build a culture of continuous learning, empowerment, and purposeful growth. All right, we'll move on for the moment, ladies and gentlemen. And the next category is Excellence in Holistic Student Development. And it goes to Bal Bhavan International School. Can we have the Bal Bhavan International School on team? This is an acclaimed futuristic school, ladies and gentlemen, that's dedicated towards serving society by providing a learning milieu that fosters holistic development of each child. All right, we'll move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Industry Collaboration as a New Age University. And it goes to Atlas Skill Tech University. Can we please have the team on stage to receive this incredible honor? Congratulations, ma'am. And Sweetie Sethi, Executive Director, International Relations and Partnerships, receives this award. The recognition reflects Atlas Skill Tech University's strong commitment to building impactful industry partnerships that seamlessly integrate real-world experience with a future-focused education. Atlas Skill Tech University, ladies and gentlemen, for excellence in industry collaboration as a new age university. All right. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Holistic Development Programs. And it goes to Presidium Senior Secondary School, Indirapuram. So if we could have the team on stage to receive this honor. If I could invite Sudha Gupta, Chairperson of the Presidium and Mother's Pride Group of Schools. Again, a renowned educationist. She just received an award. Author, she's a parenting expert, as I mentioned earlier, and has been nationally acclaimed. She's been internationally acclaimed for her outstanding contribution to holistic education and child development, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we now move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Educational Leadership Award. And it goes to Ajanta Public School. Can we have the Ajanta team on stage? So for visionary guidance, inspiring academic leadership, and shaping progressive learning environments, we present the Educational Leadership Award to Ajanta Public School. What an honor to the whole Ajanta Public School family. Wow, what an incredible moment. Thank you, congratulations. And should I ask that you please felicitate Rajiv Kumar sir with a token of our appreciation, our way of saying thank you from the timesnow.in Education Summit 2025. Sir, thank you for being here. Thank you for raising the bar tonight. This is deeply deserved, ladies and gentlemen. Former Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog. Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. Again, we're truly honored, we're deeply humbled, and incredibly thankful for you being here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So up next is a crucial fireside conversation in strengthening primary education for foundational learning. So foundational learning and literacy form the backbone of lifelong learning. And early interventions determine learning outcomes, they determine equity and future readiness. So strengthening primary education is absolutely essential when it comes to achieving the goals of NEP 2020. So this session will focus on policy, it will focus on implementation and impact at the grassroots of levels. So to moderate this discussion, may I please invite on stage my colleague, executive editor with the Times Network. You heard from her earlier. I'm giving the stage back to her. Anuya Yadav, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause, please. And as Anuya spearheads the conversation and navigates her way through it, joining her is Mr. Sanjay Kumar. He's, of course, the Secretary of the Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, an industry icon, a figure whose entire career has been dedicated to public service. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It promises to be a fascinating back and forth. And with that, Anuya, I hand it over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you so much. This is definitely going to be an interesting session. Mr. Sanjay Kumar is with us. Sir, without wasting any time, I would like to start by asking you that, ASER 2024 shows that government schools are improving in their basic reading and arithmetic skills from time in the last almost 20 years. For the first time, this has improved. What exactly is working out here, and where is it that we are gaining this momentum from? What is it that has changed here?
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. And you started with ASER report. And I would want to supplement that with what we do is that National Achievement Survey. We call it Parak Rashtriya Sarvekshan. So we did it in November 2024 for classes 3, 6 and 9. 3 means that you've done 3 years of pre-primary classes and classes 1 and 2. So that is the end of the foundational stage. And we're very happy to see that the learning outcomes for the first time were better in the rural areas and for the government schools as compared to the urban and the private managed schools. It augurs well for us, and you asked me as to what has led to it. I think the National Education Policy 2020 has led to it. For the first time, pre-primary classes have become part of a policy. We've been doing it earlier, but never as a part of our policy. And I would want to tell everyone that there are 3 things: speaking, reading, and writing. And all 3 are different. Speaking is quite natural. There's a natural circuitry for speaking in the brain. You hear people speak and you learn to speak. But you can't see other people read and write and start writing or reading yourself. There is no natural circuitry for that in the human mind. You have to learn it. And this is what the National Education Policy says. And for that, the government has launched the Nipun Bharat mission. That is, by the time you finish class 2, you should have proficiency in a language and should be able to do some number calculations. And what we are seeing is a result of Nipun Bharat mission that our scores are becoming better, in spite of the fact that the COVID has been there, the pandemic has been there, but we've done well and we are excited about it.
So this is absolutely brilliant. I would like to also emphasize on how there needs to be, and the government has spoken about it before as well, that there needs to be a very smooth shift from a pre-primary to primary. We had seen that gap in the past, and the government is working towards it. What is it that what are the steps that the government had taken for this smooth transition for the students?
See, eventually 2 departments will have to work together. When you are 3 years of age, you are expected to be in a pre-primary class. And for most children across the country, the first place to go is the Anganwadis. And then after you've done a year or two, or maybe 3 years in Anganwadi, then you come to class 1 at the age of 6. NEP also talks about teaching at right level. So by the time you come to class 1, you should be age 6. And I'm very happy to say that we've been working with these states, and almost 30 states and UTs have come out with a notification to that effect. The rest also, I'm quite sure, will do something about it. But then it is extremely important that whether you are in a pre-primary class in an Anganwadi or in a school, you must have undergone 3 years of pre-primary class. And when you come to class 1, irrespective of the pathway you may have taken to reach class 1, your learning outcomes should be commensurate. And that is why under the Nipun Bharat mission, we have started something what we call a Vidya Pravesh. That is, in case if the child does not have commensurate learning outcomes, then this is a 3-month course which they do so as to reach a certain level. So the second point which I would want to mention is that we've been looking at it as to why Nipun Bharat mission has succeeded. And 2 essential things have happened. One is that messaging has to be right. And the messaging has gone down the line that pre-primary classes is important. And the number 2 is funding. So when you are doing things, then you also need to spend a little money in providing learning and teaching material to the students and investing in the teachers who are part of it. And this, the Nipun Bharat mission has done.
Sanjay sir, I'm sure there are not much challenges when it is about implementation of any policy when it comes to metro cities or tier 1 cities. But do you think that in smaller villages or let's say tier 3 cities, the challenge of implementation of NEP was a lot more, of course, than what you faced in the metros? And do I say that yes, it has been completely implemented now in the smaller cities as well, or do you think that it will take some more time? Slowly it is building up because it is difficult to actually implement that in the smaller cities?
Well, I wouldn't say that we have reached the same level. There are challenges, and there are different kind of challenges. For instance, there are government schools, then there are privately managed schools. There are schools in the urban areas, there are schools in the rural areas. Many of our schools in the rural areas are also very small schools. And what do I mean by small schools? Schools having very low enrollment, smaller number of students going there. So these challenges do exist, but I think we are investing in the teachers. And the teacher training for us has become extremely important. And for foundational literacy and numeracy, we are ensuring that our teachers pick up that extra expertise for the kind of pedagogy which is required in these schools. The challenges do remain, but as I mentioned, that the learning outcomes in the rural areas and in the government schools is showing better results than the urban as well as the privately managed schools.
Another important thing before you, the other speakers were there, and one of the questions that I asked was that, we talk about digitization, it is everywhere. The kids these days are glued to screens. We are talking about digital classrooms where it is important for children to also have that exposure to these videos and this easy access to learning, and how we also say that, video leaves a different impact altogether. You have been part of this institution where, you are framing policies. How do you see this? Because, I'm sure a lot of parents feel that the school is, showing too many videos and digitization is a little too much. How do you balance this out?
Well, a balance is always required in life. And I think, I don't know what it means to make learning very easy. I mean, cognition has to be developed, understanding has to be developed, and a certain amount of effort to develop cognition always adds to it. It cannot be made very easy, I would say. I would say that yes, digital technology is important, but it can aid pedagogy. It cannot replace the teacher. Education is essentially, at younger age, an interaction process, and a process of interaction between the teacher and the student. And the digital aid, technology, smart classes can supplement that. That always has to be kept in mind.
Okay, I would also like to talk about socio-emotional skills, because we are a lot into nuclear families these days. The kids are not spending much time with grandparents. I know that school has nothing to do with this, the education system has nothing to do with this, but do you feel that somewhere some curriculum or some activity or some training is required in schools to develop this socio-emotional skill as well in children so that they have a better future, they have a better tomorrow?
Absolutely. I think parents must decide that they're going to spend a lot of time with their children, or as much time they can. It also shows that children who spend a fair amount of time with their grandparents, they do better. But we must spend time with our children and not leave them with their own devices. That is extremely important, and it is affecting the mental health of children. We also find that the mental health is becoming more and more fragile. People are unwilling to stand up to a situation which is not to their liking. And that is something which is a little worrisome for us. Digital technology also ensnares you in many other ways. And if you see, one can see some kind of a pushback all around the world. Just some time back, Australia has banned social media till the age of 16. I would say banning or not banning, but the point is that some kind of a balance between how you learn is extremely important. So books are important, teachers are important, digital familiarity is also important, but maintain the balance.
Sir, what is that one change or I would say one difference that you see in students from metro cities to students who are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, or I would say rural areas? Do you think that, of course, the kids here have more exposure, but you see that gap being less because, we are in the digital age and we have access to phones and all, and you think that is going to be good in the future?
Well, I don't see much of a gap. Children are children everywhere. They are curious. They want to know things. And I think for us who are part of policymakers, for parents, it is very important that we maintain that curiosity. Children will learn well. I don't see much of a difference.
Okay. Backstage, we were speaking about how you mentioned that, reading is very, very important, and reading a book is very, very important. And that's the message that Sir wanted to give from the stage also, Sir. Would you like to say that?
Well, it is. I would want to say a few more things. The National Education Policy 2020 also says that you must learn, and you learn best in your mother tongue, the language which is spoken at home, or the local language. And in India, I think the question always remains, which language do you learn in? I always feel that if you go to a class and the teacher is speaking in a language which is different from what you have heard at home, it may be a little difficult to understand. We've been encouraging schools, we've been encouraging parents and teachers alike that learn in your language first, develop proficiency in one language, and that is what the foundation literacy and numeracy is all about. And once you have a little proficiency in a language, then you can always pick up a second language or a third language. I would want to leave a question for the audience that should you learn English as a subject, or you should learn English as a medium of instruction? And I would say that learning English as a subject, it also gives you as much proficiency in English as you may do if your medium of instruction has been English.
Sir, at primary level, enrollment of girls have improved significantly over the years, but by the time they go to senior classes, especially again, I would like to talk about rural areas, that drop is still there compared to earlier years. Yes, it is better, but that is the government taking care of that, or I would say, are you planning to do something in the current year, or let's say in the coming years?
You know, Anuya, this country has changed. My challenge is, how do I bring each and every child in school? Not a single child should be out of school. And our endeavor is that once you come into a school, then at least you must go up till class 12th. What is the challenge? The challenge is that out of every 100 children who are joining class 1, only about 60 are reaching class 12th. So we are losing 40 children on the way, and my challenge is to keep them. But if I look at the gender parity index between boys and girls, I find that irrespective of where you are in India, in the rural areas or urban areas, the gender parity index is a little more than 1. The more heartening part is that as you are climbing up and you are seeing the dropout rates for girls is lower than that of the boys. In fact, I am a little concerned that boys are dropping out faster than the girls. Every year when the board examinations are declared, irrespective of which board it may be across the country, girls are consistently outperforming the boys. Lesser distraction, more concentration, it could be many things. But our girls are doing well. My challenge is, how do I keep everyone in the school and ensure that they all do class 12th?
Sir, what is, and this is, as we are approaching to New Year, what is that one target, or I would say, what is that one aim for you as a Secretary Education that you're going to take care of in 2026?
You know, there was a time when we were worried about access. Today, by and large, most of the children are in school. The gross enrollment ratio for elementary classes in India is almost about 94%. That means out of every 100, 94 children are in school. The real concern is, how do I ensure that their learning outcome improves? And it has to improve on a consistent basis. Every year we must raise the bench. That is the challenge before us. And for that, we require better teachers, we require better curriculum, we require aid by better forms of pedagogy, including digital. But we must improve learning outcomes, make our children curious, help them to think differently, develop a critical faculty, and then for that, the assessment needs to change. Because if I'm going to ask you a question which requires you learning by rote, then chances are that you would do that. But if I were to ask you a question which requires exercise of mind and development of critical faculty, then chances are that you will start exercising your mind in that particular way. So this is the challenge, and we are doing it.
Thank you so much, sir, for this conversation. Thank you so much.
A huge round of applause once more for the Honorable Secretary. I believe it's deeply deserved. All right, Anuya, thank you so much. And to the Honorable Secretary, sir, since you've decided to grace the occasion and you've truly raised the bar here at the Times Now Modern Education Summit, so we ask that you remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. We'd love for you to present the next set of awards, and to do the honors, if we could please have Shruti Shukla back on stage, joining the Honorable Secretary as we present the next set of categories here at the Education Summit 2025. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we move on. And the next award, and again, we're celebrating educational milestones and educational excellence and all of your contributions to the landscape. The category is a very coveted one. It's Excellence in Educational Innovation. And it goes to Cambridge Foundation School. Let's please have the Cambridge Foundation School team on stage to receive this incredibly special honor. So Cambridge Foundation School was founded back in 1966. and it's a landmark in West Delhi renowned for its excellence in education and co-curricular activities. All right, and with that we move on to our next category, which is, ladies and gentlemen, excellence in co-curricular. Another very important category, and it goes to RK Modern School, Noida. Can we have the team on stage to receive the honor? And we're recognizing them for all-round student development. So accepting the honor is Ms. Manushi Rana, Executive Director, and Ms. Sagrika Gaur, Principal, both from RK Modern School, Noida. Again, excellence in co-curricular. All right. And to receive it from the Honorable Secretary himself makes it all the more special. Thank you, ladies, and congratulations once again. And we now move on to our next category, which is excellence in sports and co-curriculum engagement. And it goes to Uma Public School, ladies and gentlemen. Huge congratulations to them for their exceptional commitment to sports development and vibrant co-curricular engagement. We proudly present the Excellence in Sports and Co-Curricular Engagement Award to Mr. Sachin Chaudhary and Ms. Sarita Chaudhary of Uma Public School. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Emerging School of the Year 2025. And the winner is Knowledge Tree World School. Can we have the team on stage, please, to receive the honor? So if I could please invite Ms. Sonal Malhotra, Principal of Knowledge Tree World School. She's an educationist, an author, and a child psychology expert. And Ms. Malhotra has been awarded at the House of Commons, the Parliament of the United Kingdom, for her contributions across the field of education. She's also a recipient of the Dr. S. Radhakrishnan National Teachers Award. Knowledge Tree World School Emerging School of the Year 2025. And with that, we move on to South India's leader in online education. And the award goes to Dr. MGR University Online Programs. Let's please have the team on stage to receive this incredibly coveted honor. Dr. MGR University Online Programs is a tech-enabled learning initiative that combines academic excellence with digital innovation to offer flexible, accessible, and future-ready education. Congratulations once again, sir. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen. And it is Student Innovation Excellence Award in AI and Smart Mobility. Team Dynamo takes this one home. Can we please have the team on stage to receive the honor? They're a group of third-year BTech computer science students, and they're using AI to solve pressing urban challenges, ladies and gentlemen. They're two-time national consecutive winners of the Smart India Hackathon, and they've made India proud on the global stage by winning international AI hackathons in collaboration with leading universities in the UK. Their award-winning solution, Prabha, is an AI-powered traffic management system that doesn't just respond to congestion, it predicts and prevents it, using advanced reinforcement learning to keep cities moving smarter and smoother. That's right. Receiving this award are Jashanpreet, Nehal, Ishika, Apneet, Madhav, and Aditya. Congratulations to all of Team Dynamo. And with that, we move on to Excellence in Management Education Award. And it goes to Accurate Institute of Management and Technology. Let's please have them on stage. If I could invite Satish K. Verma from Accurate Institute of Management and Technology to receive the award for Excellence in Management Education, honoring his outstanding leadership, his academic vision, and remarkable contributions to shaping future management professionals. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Management Education Award to Accurate Institute of Management and Technology. Wonderful. What a deserving award. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is excellence in individual attention to students. And the winner is Gurukul, the school. Let's please have the Gurukul team on stage, because we're very pleased to present this award to them, and it goes to them for nurturing every child's potential under the visionary leadership of its founder director, Mr. Viksit Bharat. Gurukul, the school excellence in individual attention to students. Right. Thank you. And Shuchi, if you could please present the Honorable Secretary with a small token of our appreciation, a memento, our way of saying thank you for being here. Thank you for raising the bar at the TimesNow.in Education Summit 2025 North Edition. What an honor, what a pleasure. So thank you for sharing such a rich range of insights with us. We're deeply humbled. Thank you so much, and thank you, Shuchi. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Secretary. All right, so with that, we're going to move on to our next fireside conversation, ladies and gentlemen. And that's on a topic that's deeply personal. It's the real value of liberal arts in a modern education. So in a world that's driven by technology and specialization, liberal arts plays a very crucial role in building critical thinking, creativity, and human-centered leadership. Because they help learners connect disciplines, ask deeper questions, and adapt to a rapidly changing world. So because it's of immense, significant personal relevance to me, I'm going to have the honor and the pleasure of moderating this fireside conversation. And joining me in conversation is Professor and Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dean of School of Liberal Arts at Bennett University. A huge round of applause for him, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everyone.
Can you hear us? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening, Dr. Kumar.
Good evening, everyone.
Wonderful. So, sir, I'm perhaps stating the obvious here, but given the conventional ways of thinking amongst all relevant stakeholders in the education ecosystem, be it parents, employers, or the students themselves, right? Liberal arts as an education discipline often takes the back seat. My question is that perception beginning to change, and what will it take to do so?
Yeah, so liberal art education is kind of new to India, and more and more people are becoming aware of it because of the global exposure. So now most students, parents, they realize that you don't need to be engineers and doctors to succeed in life. They see
right.
Steve Jobs, Reed Hastings, Neil Mohan, they all are liberal art graduates and doing very, very well. So in India, gradually it's taking roots, but it still is quite in infancy.
So, sir, thank you for adding that candor to the conversation, because the reality is that when you look at recruitment as a practice, they claim to always want critical thinkers. And a liberal arts education, as I mentioned in my introduction, you know, absolutely drills home that skill set, that ability and that mindset. But when you look at recruitment put into practice, they often associate critical thinking with those that have exclusively a technical background. So how can universities such as yours help essentially bridge that gap such that those who have the sharpest critical thinking skills are not under the misconception of strictly being of a technical background?
Yes, so a more symbiotic relationship developing between universities and industries now. Critical thinking, no matter which field you are in, it's very much needed. But when it comes to recruitment by industries, they are looking at soft skills that liberal art plays very critical role in inculcating. So in that sense, we are on the same page. I feel because of the technological advancement, the cost of acquiring information has gone down. And because of more and more stakeholders, they are becoming aware of what is needed to succeed in life.
Sir, I'm so glad you brought that up, because another often overlooked aspect of a liberal arts education is ethical thinking. correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, it's the softer skills and that ethical mindset that enables Indian graduates to better compete on the global stage. So, could you perhaps define a liberal arts education in the most human of terms, in terms of its innately human intrinsic value? Because I think that is the most convincing argument for why India needs to put a liberal arts education center stage rather than it be simply brewing in the background.
Yes, so liberal art education actually is going to become very, very indispensable in the world of AI, where most of the routine tasks will be done by technologies and
right.
robots. So I feel like, once liberal art education will start to be nourished by India's civilizational wisdom, India will create a higher education ecosystem that will be quite good. So that nourishment is slowly coming in, but it will start to accelerate as more and more people become aware about the need for liberal arts.
Well, sir, I'm so glad you said that, because India is, of course, home to the second largest talent pool when it comes to artificial intelligence. And in many circles, it's our country's technology prowess that is putting us on the map, correct? But it's essentially a double-edged sword, because while we can all become proficient users of AI, we also need to become evaluators of what the artificial intelligence, particularly Gen AI, is providing us. So could you help distinguish between the very fundamental skill sets that a liberal arts education provides and how any amount of artificial intelligence proficiency can simply not meet or fill that gap?
Yeah, so there are certain human elements. So I ask this question to my students when I teach them that, how much money do I need to pay you to turn you into a robot? And most students, they will quote either very high number, like $1 billion, or they will say that no money is sufficient for them to agree to become a robot, So that's where the human elements become very, very salient. The element, like in your sense of beauty, the sense of awe.
Right.
These things that liberal art education actually helps you to inculcate, because fundamentally liberal art education is about looking at any problem from many different angles. And no story does more justice to that than the story of Buddhist Jatakas, of 7 blind men and elephant. So liberal art fundamentally is about integrating knowledge from different vantage points. And in the kind of world that we are getting in, that is going to be the most critical skill set that will be valued in the labor market.
Sir, I love that you just brought up an anecdote, because the proof is in the pudding, and all of a sudden we have a very relatable example, right? But how do your conversations with students typically go who continue to remain unconvinced when it comes to liberal arts? How do you essentially win them over? What is that winning fundamental underlying argument that helps them see the other side of the equation?
So because liberal art education approach to, it's an approach, it's not a field of study, So what the example that I give to students is, this life is magical.
Right.
And only way you are going to experience that if you can look at life from many different angles. And that's exactly what liberal art education helps you to do. So many students, once they take my classes, so I designed a class at Bennett University where I'm Dean of the School of Liberal Arts, the art and science of inquiry. So given that knowledge, access to knowledge, that problem has been solved. Anyone with a mobile phone can access all sort of knowledge that has been created. So main skill set that is going to be very important is your ability to ask questions and ability to live with unanswered and unanswerable questions. And that's what creates magic.
Well, sir, I'm going to come at you with a difficult question then, because I think the need of the hour is perhaps for liberal arts as an approach to be better integrated in STEM fields of study. But it's all easier said than done. Mm-hmm. So what's your approach to that integration within the 4 walls of Bennett University and beyond? How do you integrate humanities with science, mathematics, and technology study?
So I think at Bennett University, we might have launched one of the most audacious intervention in higher education ecosystem in the world.
Right.
So as soon as a new student gets in the campus, we place them into an interdisciplinary team in a team where students from humanities, from computer science, from natural sciences, they all come in. And once they are sitting together, because in Indian education system, by the time you are senior secondary school, you have decided the stream.
Right.
And we need to break that if you really want them to know how to solve a problem. Look at the pollution level in Delhi. Why are we not able to solve this problem? Like, we are facing this problem for the last so many years.
Correct.
Because we are not able to look at the problem from many different angles. And when you don't have capacity to look at the problem from many different angles, what you do is you indulge in blame game. So that's what's going on. So liberal art education is very much needed to solve the problems that India is facing.
So again, a beautiful example that none of us can deny. And so I think when it comes to AI, and given that we're all living in the chat GPT era, of course, one needs to be digitally literate and, be proficient with prompt engineering, if I could call it that. But how does that essential background in liberal arts help bridge the gap when it comes to AI oversight? Because as ChatGPT, for example, continues to spit out beautiful essays or remarkable debate, right, or literature analyses, we can't simply take it at face value. There needs to be an AI evaluator component, just as there is a user component. Where does the liberal arts education fit in?
Yeah, so one of the focus area of liberal arts education is critical thinking. So if students are well equipped with that, they will automatically see the reliance on ChatGPT to solve their problems,
right,
do their homework, is not going to help them. So if their critical thinking is shallow, they are going to depend on ChatGPT.
Correct.
If critical thinking is deep, they will realize that it's going to harm them. And above that, we need to create a structure that veers the students away from reliance on ChatGPT, because a lot of research is coming out that how harmful it can be when it comes to your writing skills. So at Bennett, what we have done is we provide, to first-year students, we provide a logbook where they do the writing exercise in team.
With no assistance from ChatGPT.
Yes. Right. So it's not attached to any technology and all. The team come together and they write about the many kind of reflective activities that we give to them. So we need to create a structure that really helps the student not to rely on, also understand the harms that over-reliance on AI can cause to them. We cannot wish over AI away. It's there going to be embedded in our life. So better we should create a structure that helps us to deal with that.
Well, sir, the structure that you've just described, it's not conventional pedagogy in that it requires an environment that inspires debate, right? Perhaps even better student to, teacher-student ratios, perhaps more attention within the classroom, greater focus on some of the finer nuances. So in many ways, there is a different approach altogether if we're going to make this mainstream. How practical is it, and what is it going to take to implement?
So to answer that question, I will bring in the insight that our ancestors had.
Please, sir.
That when it comes to your learning, 1/3 you learn from yourself, 1/3 you learn from your peers and your friends, 1/3 you learn from the world.
The world.
So once you leverage that kind of framework, you will realize that learning is not just happening in the classroom, it's also happening in who they are living with, what they are doing in the campus and outside the campus. Right. So we are embedding internship, we are developing partnership with different industries, and more focus, given that age that they are in when they are coming into the university, is helping them build a peer group that is in accordance with their nature, so that their learning can be optimized. So all these structural interventions that we need to do in order to prepare India to tackle AI and leverage it rather than getting leveraged by AI.
Well, sir, since you brought it up, and you brought up the India scenario, you've traveled the world, you've studied education models abroad. What are perhaps some best practices from global counterparts that you think might be particularly effective for the Indian education landscape as you know it?
Yeah, so real world exposure that I told you earlier, because the acquisition of information cost has gone down.
Dramatically.
More and more people are realizing what is needed to succeed in life. The right kind of changes are already in offering, you know. What we need to do is get a student excited about identifying the problem and having the basic skill set. So I lived abroad for 22 years. For the last 3 years, I've been in India. And one of the core problems that I see in Indian students is their ability to write is not very good. Even I'm talking about the students who are doing undergrad. Yes, so I feel like, you know, we can take a lead by helping them on that count. You know, by creating different incentive structure, different programs. So again, here I feel like, you know, at Bennett we are going to kind of define the kind of intervention that we need in order to bring our student up to the par with the global standard.
Well, sir, might you be able to share an anecdote of how, after embracing the path of liberal arts, or perhaps something as simple as a liberal arts course, that you've seen a particularly pivotal change in the student's trajectory of success, be it on a personal level or a professional level?
Yeah, so in India especially, students who are coming out of COVID era, they are deeply interested in working of human mind. So the demand for psychology has gone up, and students I see, like, you know, getting quite interested in going deeper into that area. Another area that is going to see a huge increase in demand is economics, because economics is almost everywhere. Like just few days back, we were interacting with Professor Geeta Gopinathan at Harvard University.
Correct.
And she was talking about how prevalent economics is when it comes to understanding the world we are living in. So these standard courses, the way we are delivering it, if a real-world exposure are embedded into the class, if they have more exposure to the outside world, and especially like at the age at which they are with us, if they can, so our mind is a goal-seeking entity. So if we can give them a goal, if we can help them get acquainted with the problems that are there around them on which they can work, that's the best way you can help them appreciate what liberal art has to bring on the table, because it's the capacity to look at the problem from many different angles.
I think, Professor and Dr. Kumar, you've summarized it beautifully, but a final question for you. So I think the larger agenda that matters most to us is nation building, correct? We hope that our efforts in a personal capacity or in a professional capacity is leading towards the creation of more socially upright citizens that are future ready, that are ethically sound, that care to give back. They've developed that sentiment to essentially look back at where they come from, and as they continue to march forward, never forget it. How might a liberal arts education essentially help accelerate that agenda?
Yeah, so I mentioned that earlier, that as soon as, so liberal art, in my assessment, was not liberal enough in the Western countries. You know, if it would have been liberal enough in the Western country, it would not have get politicized the way it became. In India, once liberal art education start to get nourished by the India civilizational wisdom, the kind of liberal art education, the kind of higher education ecosystem that we can create, I don't think any other country can create that. So after living away from India for 22 years, when I came back, the reason I came back was because I saw that potential in India. You know, this is the land of seekers, and higher education system is nothing but promoting and encouraging your ability to understand. So I always give this example to students, that if I'll put all of you on the sun, you can't even see the earth. Earth is like a dot. So we are living on such a big world. So what kind of system we can create so that we can understand that magic that comes with going after the questions? So once we can do that, India will become very, very strong. Because I tell my students, one of the reasons we are struggling in India is because we are not asking sufficient number of good, meaningful questions. Liberal art is all about that.
Sir, I think you've absolutely identified the root of the problem, and as one final question, please. If we were to fast forward 20 to 30 years from now, let's fast forward perhaps to that Viksit Bharat 2047 year. In that day and age, how mainstream will embracing liberal arts education become, embracing humanities, not simply at an educational level, but on a professional level? To what degree do you expect the Indian mindset and misconceptions or preconceived notions around liberal arts education to change? 2047, sir. How liberal are we?
So, my intuition is that because of the digital public infrastructure, Indian economy is reconfiguring below the radar. So before even 2047, India is heading toward an inflection point that we are not able to see. But if you see the kind of excitement so we are at School of Liberal Art, we are organizing a conference, a small conference in Sitamarhi, Bihar, just to go, some faculty from India and abroad, we are coming together, and we are going into the interior of one of the poorest areas of the world to see, how these things have transformed these areas. So by 2047, people will understand that holistic education is the way to go. The kind of education system that we have had across the world has not really helped us, because most of the time the focus was on professional education, vocational education, at the cost of holism. So by 2047, I think all of us will be very, very well informed, and we will move our kids and children towards a more holistic education.
Well, look, Professor Kumar, all of this is so heartening to hear. And, the brain drain is very much a real phenomenon. It takes a lot for an icon in the education industry to have lived abroad for so many years and returned back to his homeland to make a difference. We salute you, we applaud everything that you're doing, and we can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Huge round of applause. Huge round. And if I could please have Shuchi back on stage to kindly present, Professor and Dr. Kumar, a small token of appreciation, our way of saying thank you. Shuchi Shukla, ladies and gentlemen, editor with Times Now Digital, and to Mr. Kumar of Bennett University, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar, for being here. Thank you so much, and for sharing such a rich range of insights. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, is a special address on reimagining education for a new India. So this address will be delivered by one and only Professor Prateek Sharma, who's Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University. And this address comes to you by way of a video message. So if I could please request everyone to kindly direct their attention towards the screen.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Times Now Education Summit for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on a very interesting experiment that was started almost 5 years back of National Education Policy 2020. We are living in very interesting times where, altogether a different experimentation in the educational landscape has taken place in this country, where a completely new outlook has been experimented, and a lot of thought has gone into designing the entire framework of the educational system in India, starting from nursery to PhD. And in fact, what has been in the previous few years that we have, not even years, I would say decades, what we have experienced, that knowledge has been compartmentalized in silos. And in fact, the biggest contribution of national education policy is to break these silos and actually look towards education as something which basically, provides an opportunity at each level to individuals, both for the teacher and the taught, to know more about the topic that they are trying to learn and educate, and basically not restrict themselves to the disciplinary boundaries. So if somebody has to say a particular USP related to national education policy, it's basically decompartmentalization of knowledge, and that is the way forward. And it's very timely. In fact, the people who have been associated in formulation of the various aspects of NEP have distinguished themselves in their respective fields, and the output has been something very interesting. In fact, this is especially very much relevant in the context of technical education in India, where generally the mindset is this, that the technology is the only solution to any problem related to society. But, there are several aspects related to any societal problem that we see. Just to give an example, if we see water, it has providing quality water to people. It has several aspects associated with it, which are related to technology, science, policy, law, finance, even the legal aspect, even the social aspects associated with it. So usually what we actually see in life, the problems that we basically learn and educate ourselves to find a solution to various problems, the problems are multidimensional. And if we try to, approach a particular societal problem with the lens of disciplinary boundaries, we would have only a half-baked solution to that particular problem. And the idea is basically to actually create an environment of sharing of knowledge, which usually resides in different disciplinary domains. And the biggest contribution of NEP 2020 is this only, that it opens up an opportunity for people from different backgrounds to come together to find a solution to a particular problem, various problems. And basically, through this learning, we develop individuals who have a 360-degree view of, the world around them. And for this, we can find mathematics in music also, and vice versa. And in fact, we can find science and mathematics in Sanskrit language also. So that is the contribution which the NEP has brought. And in fact, I'm very happy that the themes that have been chosen for the conference are quite interesting, which cover various aspects related to not even just NEP 2020, how it can be executed, what has been the learning related to NEP 2020. The conference would also highlight how we can bridge the theory-practice gap by involving more academic participation in finding solution to the industrial problems. And obviously, that is the only way forward. If we pick up any good quality institution globally, I mean, it is basically how the academic fraternity is contributing towards the R&D problems of the industry. And through this, one is also able to, provide the hands-on experience to the learners, and so that these people, the students who are either at the school level or at the college level, or who are actually, have joined a professional academic program, actually get an opportunity to, get an hands-on experience, which usually doesn't come through textbookish knowledge. So, and apart from that also, as I mentioned in my initial remarks, that especially in the context of technical institutions, we have been conditioned to think and teach in this manner that the technology alone is the sole provider of the societal problem. This mindset has to change, and the engineers, the scientists have to be sensitive about various issues related to society, and therefore have to be amalgamate various aspects related to psychology, sociology, the managerial skills, the legal skills, along with their own USP, which is the technical knowledge. And therefore it becomes very important that the technical education especially becomes more inclusive, and we cut across the disciplinary boundaries, and try to, make the technology more socially relevant. And this will only be possible if we are aware of what is happening around us, and a good understanding of various subjects would only basically help to achieve these, objectives. Interestingly, we are, as the country is growing, we are at the crossroads. We have to make a choice in terms of, in our developmental goals, whether to follow the same trajectory which the Western world has followed, and in the bargain have impacted the environment in a very adverse and negative manner. So therefore, the sustainability becomes a very important aspect, and this very aspect has been highlighted as one of the key elements of NEP, of providing sustainability, integrating sustainable development aspects in different subjects that we teach, starting from school to the highest level. So therefore, we rather than teaching sustainability as a separate course or a subject, it's very important that the aspects of sustainability are built in whatever subjects that we teach. And sustainable development, in fact, because whatever the knowledge creation that as a nation we have to do becomes very important, because without compromising our developmental goals, we have to identify appropriate methods by which, without hampering the environment in an adverse manner, we continue to achieve our developmental goals. And for us as a country, it's very important, because what we would do would be a template for the global south, because they also have to progress in the same manner, and the knowledge creation that happens would be a template for these nations who are actually on the path of their developmental journey. So these aspects are very much important, and how we tackle and how these are covered are one of the important aspects of NEP 2020, and these need to be integrated in the various courses that we teach and various programs that we offer across the disciplinary domains. And obviously something which is important is in this aspect, as I mentioned earlier also, this has to start from the primary education to the highest doctoral level education, where the cross-cutting knowledge, what is happening around us, the sustainability aspects are inbuilt in whatever we do. And for that, the knowledge that gets created also need to be disseminated in the manner in which the policy, the NEP policy has been framed. And to do that, it's very important to build the capacity of the educators, because again, they have been conditioned of so many decades of training, which actually is in the disciplinary domain only, and we have to decondition the minds of the various trainers and educators. And it's very important that these educators are also trained and exposed to the various aspects of NEP 2020, which is basically all about multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and a sort of a rounded personality which each individual in the country should have. So capacity building of the educators also becomes a very important aspect, and I'm very happy that Times Now has slated a separate theme for that also. And one of the important aspects as we grow is the use of digital technology, and that this is the key enabler as far as making the education reach to the masses, because everybody is not fortunate to have access to quality education in the physical mode, and therefore this digital technology is going to revolutionize the educational landscape of the country. And in fact, I firmly believe the democratization of knowledge can only take place through the use of digital technology. and it is the key enabler. The only thing is that, the people, the last person in the society who does not have access, the starting line for whom is not the same for the fortunate few who have access to, to these quality institutions. If through use of digital technology, we would be able to reach to these people also, and what actually is available to select few in studying in the premier institutions of the country, the same quality of education would be made available to these people who otherwise, for whom it is very difficult to reach or even to imagine to reach to these premier institutions, and have the luxury of having, study in the best of the institutions, taught by the best of the teachers. And the key enabler in this aspect would be the digital technology only. So at the cost of repetition, I would say the democratization of education would happen in this country thanks to the digital technology, and it is the key enabler in making quality education available to large masses of this country. With these words, I would like to again thank Times Now, and would like to compliment the entire team for conceiving this very important summit, and for the choice of various themes that have been chosen for the summit. I do hope that this is not going to be just another summit. The takeaways from this summit would help in further enhancing aspects of NEP which need to be implemented at the ground level, grassroots level, so that what the authors of the NEP what they had in their mind gets executed at the grassroots level. Then only we will be able to see the real difference or the delta change that we expect in the educational landscape of this country to come and happen. And obviously this is going to start, as I mentioned earlier also, from primary education to middle level to higher education level to the highest doctoral level of education. And I do hope that the Times Now makes serious efforts in disseminating the takeaways of the various sessions and the discussions that happened during the course of this summit, and are shared with all the stakeholders in the country. Thank you so very much.
Though he couldn't be here in person, some very heartfelt words. So we thank him for that. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, is a fireside conversation on a crucial topic, which is digital pathways and how technology is reshaping learning. So technology is transforming classrooms beyond physical boundaries alone. From personalized learning to data-driven outcomes, digital tools are redefining how students engage with knowledge. And the focus today is on access, adaptability, and meaningful integration of technology in education. So this session will explore how institutions can harness innovation while keeping learners at the absolute center. To moderate this discussion, if I could please invite on stage once again, news anchor and principal correspondent of the Times Network, Ashish Parekh. Kindly to join us on stage. We welcome you once again, Ashish. Thank you for your efforts in spearheading the conversations this evening. And joining him, Ms. Harini Ravi, Director of SRM Group of Institutions. So ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ravi joins Mr. Parekh in what promises to be a power-packed conversation. It's a critical topic, and the two of it will absolutely do it justice. With that, Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Pooja, for that warm introduction. We've been speaking a lot about technology, we've been speaking a lot about education, and one thing is very clear throughout all our conversations, the fact that technology is not just anymore a support system when it comes to education. Technology is now deciding how we create, how we curate, and how we distribute educational models. And it's a pleasure having Harini Ravi, who's the Director of Institutional Development, SRM Group of Institutions. Your designation says a lot. You are the Director of Institutional Development. So as a person whose job is to see how the institution grows forward, are you keeping an eye on AI tools such as ChatGPT? Because it is revolutionizing how we not just create content, but also consume content. And eventually all of that is seeping into our educational system.
Absolutely. I personally believe that in this day and age, AI and generative AI like ChatGPT can add a lot of value to students' education, and institutions must firstly not look at it as an impediment to students' education, but rather encourage its utilization in a very structured and creative way, but within rules of academic integrity. Like, for example, University College London, they have, from the beginning, supported the use of AI in undergraduate and postgraduate education, and they have outlined certain rules on academic integrity with generative AI, and they've allowed the use to be limited to that of an assistive tool. So that means students can use AI for, say, structuring their essays, for checking codes, for checking spelling errors, grammatical mistakes, translation, and even simplifying daunting academic material for their easy understanding. So when institutions directly get involved with how students engage with AI, there is less chance for students to misuse it or abuse it. So if students can be taught how to use AI and ChatGPT to look at learning material from different perspectives, understand the scope of what they're learning, and be creative in how they engage with the material, I think that is, I would say there's a lot of positive, in that. And students need to be cautioned against, the shortcomings of AI. Because ChatGPT does, do this thing called hallucination, which is that ChatGPT produces plausible sounding answers, which can only come from the data sets that it's exposed to. And if there is information within that data set that is incorrect, it doesn't modify, it doesn't correct it or state it as being incorrect. It just reproduces the same mistake in a very different form and in a very confident and matter-of-factly manner. So I think students could really get misled if they are not taught how to use it in a very mindful way. So yes, and absolutely, there are other AI tools like, say, Research Rabbit, Elicit, Notebook LM, Consensus for young research students. And these tools can help them identify research gaps, engage with new research in a very informed way, where they can use these tools to understand where certain research intersect, diverge, and relate to each other, and form their own conclusions from that. So and then there's a lot of literature review that they can generate from that. So I think there's a lot of potential for these AI and ChatGPT.
So clearly there's a lot of potential. It could be a boon, it could be a bane as well. Now, at the risk of offending all our educationists here, including you, there's one complaint from the educational institutes is that in India, educational institutes take a lot of time to adapt to industry change, to the industrial requirements. Do you think these AI tools coming in right now, enabling not just students but also teachers and your entire educational system, do you think it will fasten the fact that institutions such as yours are creating students, are, like they say, manufacturing students and engineers who are industry ready?
Sure, but I have to warn against this Silicon Valley solutionism thinking, which is that any technology can be seen as an easy, clear-cut solution to very complex political, social, and systemic challenges. And these challenges that students face can only be, I would say, fixed with very mindfully constructed social, political, and systemic solutions. And technology can only go so far as to, act as a salve. But it cannot identify the root cause, which is that institutions are very stratified in India. Many institutions have, all institutions have different kinds of powers and freedoms and constraints. Like we have public, private, we have, deemed universities, and then we have autonomous institutions and affiliated institutions, and we have all these kinds, and institutions of national importance, and we have all these different kinds of institutions that answer to different kinds of entities, and they have their own internal processes, and everything takes time to, to identify, industry, changes and translate it into curriculum, modifications. And I think what institutions need to do is, within their capabilities, like within their powers, they must identify with a lot of care certain new industry, I would say streams or trends or whatever it is, because of course industry, every day there is something new being marketed or implemented, and then the public reacts to it, and then like there's a whole industry around it that is very profitable. There's a lot of job opportunities there, and students will have to have the necessary skills to be able to engage with that particular technology or whatever. And I think institutions need to understand what specific routes are sustainable for the long term, or even like, for the next decade or so. Why? Because we don't need to have courses for every single thing that, that first of all takes a lot of students' time, and institutions have a certain responsibility to students that, okay, if we're offering you this particular degree, it has practical value, and you will derive like real, value from it, and there will be, placement opportunities that you can, that you will be exposed to. Like all of these requires an institutions, I would say, careful, implementation of what they truly believe to be, vital in that time, for students, and be mindful of how they develop the curriculum to be as updated as possible. So yeah.
And one of the biggest challenges in India when it comes to education, and data also shows this, is the fact that the more further away we move from urban centers, the quality of education, the quality of faculties also keeps decreasing. And that's a reality even today. Do you think digital learning, particularly led by AI, is going to democratize how we distribute information, distribute learning? How are universities like SRM, for example, bringing about an integrated learning architecture to ensure that people who cannot travel to these urban centers where most of these universities are located, how do they get access to quality education?
Yeah, I mean, we can see like there are real life examples of students and faculties in, say, tier 2 or tier 3 cities deriving a lot of value from, say, the NPTEL courses, like the National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning. And these courses offer various, STEM specializations that faculty and students are, first of all, are able to complete successfully, that it is user-friendly, and there is a lot of support that institutions can give for the completion of these programs. And these programs are very practical and valuable for students and faculty. And this serves as testament that yes, there's a lot of scope for technology to bridge that gap, in tier 2, tier 3 cities for, say, faculty and student, self-skilling. Because not every program can be an offline mode form of education, because all of that would require like significant commitment, and there should be a steady stream of students filling these seats, and it becomes an economical thing then. But online is very different, because the cost of running an online program is significantly low compared to that of an offline. And these days, the value for an offline and an online course is starting to, somewhat converge. And employers are starting to value like these online programs, degrees and certifications. So yes, there's a lot of scope for that.
Clearly, I mean, we all agree that digital learning is much more economical, but there are experiences that classroom offers, socializing among your students, socializing with teachers. I think these experiences cannot be replaced by any technology, including AI. But again, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Let's hear a round of applause there for Harini Ravi, Director of Institutional Development at SRM Group of Institutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, and Ms. Ravi, I ask that you please remain on stage with us. Ms. Ravi, if you could kindly please do join us on stage. And we'd like for Shuchi Shukla to also please kindly join us on stage and present Ms. Ravi with the token of our appreciation, our way of saying thank you for being here at the Education Summit 2025. Lovely. A special memento, our way of saying thank you, a symbol of our gratitude to the entire SRM family. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to a crucial panel discussion. And the topic is vocational education for India's changing economy. So as India's economy evolves, the demand for industry-led skills is growing faster than ever. And vocational education is no longer an alternative. It is a mainstream pathway to employment, to entrepreneurship, and to economic resilience. So from manufacturing services, sports, to technology, to skill-based education, it's all driving productivity and inclusion. The challenge lies in alignment with industry stability, scalability, and social acceptance. So this next panel discussion will explore how institutions, policy, and leadership can reshape vocational education to meet India's future workforce needs. So to moderate this discussion, if I can please invite back on stage Ashish Parikh. We heard from him earlier in the evening. Ashish, welcome back. Welcome back to the stage. He's, of course, news anchor and principal correspondent with the Times Network. Thank you. And joining him in this panel discussion, we have Professor Sanjay Kaushik, Bharat Ratna, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishna Shiksha Samman Awardee, and Vice Chancellor of Gurugram University. So huge round of applause for him, please. Mr. Ashok Kumar, who's the former DGP of Uttarakhand Police and Vice Chancellor Sports, University of Haryana. Kindly do join us on stage, sir. It's an honor to hear from you. We look forward to your contributions in this conversation. We also invite Professor Dr. Paramjit S. Jaswal, Vice Chancellor, SRM University, Delhi NCR, Sonipat. Thank you, sir, for being here and for doing the honors and being a part of this discussion. Lovely. Four highly distinguished gentlemen on stage. And with that, I hand it over to Ashish. Over to you.
All right, you're hearing from me again. We just spoke about AI, technology, how technology is disrupting our education system. I think it's also important to talk about skill sets that we need to develop for the industry as well. India, of course, has the world's largest young population heading into workforce, and I am sure everyone here agrees that while we do have good graduates, industry-ready skills require vocational education, and that is something that's still lacking in India. Tailor-made education courses that can actually prepare a workforce that's industry-ready. Let me start with Mr. Paramjeet Jaswal. Mr. Jaswal, vocational education is something we are here to talk about. At SRM Sonepat, you of course prioritize vocational programs. Help me understand, how do you bridge this gap? What are the sort of vocational programs that you're looking at? Because the gap between what the industry wants and what the kind of graduates we have is massive. How are you trying to bridge that?
Thank you so much for this question. Well, if I talk about SRM University, the gap is not as much as you are saying that it's a huge gap. Today, in the context of education, the vocational education is no more an option for us. It is a mandatory part of the imparting of education. And I'm proud to say that in SRM University, the pedagogical architecture is so structured that we take into consideration, or that fills the gap between the theoretical, the problem which are there, or theoretical analysis which is there, and of course the industry utility. So when we frame our syllabi, the frame of our curriculum, we take into consideration the industry. In fact, in our university, we have bridged this gap. The industry comes to our university. We have collaboration with IBM. We have a collaboration with Bosch. We have collaboration with Jabia, and so on with many industry. And we have established centers of excellence in the university. So instead of our students, we are talking about going to the industry people come there. They have a dedicated labs there, and the industry people come and give the training to the student. We focus on not creating the student for the future employment only. We also focus on the students to be future employer also. That has been the focus. So we are taking into consideration the gap is reduced considerable.
Absolutely. Like the Prime Minister says, we don't just need job seekers, we also need job creators, and I think that should be the focus of all vocational programs. And Mr. Kaushik, you have a brilliant vantage point. You're the Vice Chancellor of the Gurugram University. I think right from your office, you're able to see all of these brilliant, beautiful companies hiring people. What are the urgent shifts that you think that need to be made as far as vocational programs are concerned to ensure that we are creating a workforce that is industry ready when it comes to our service economy, or even, overall economy that you look at?
Thank you so much. Actually, till date, what has happened is that in the name of vocational training, we are producing the candidates who we make them good in one particular skill. So we train them for a skill, which probably should not be the case. And in the times to come, the way the things are changing, you have to develop the candidate, a composite, complete candidate. This means that along with one skill for which you are imparting him the education or the training, make him good that tomorrow when he shifts from one job to other job, when he requires reskilling, now that has to be provided today. So the development has to be composite. It's only one particular job? No. Secondly, along with the composite development of the candidate, have complete integration with the industry. What is required in the industry, we need to know today. And that is why we say integration is the co-ownership with the industry. So that way probably we'll be able to develop the candidates as far as vocational training is concerned. 3, this vocational programs or vocational training has to be given due priority, which I feel till date has not been given. In the universities, if you look at the trend, what has been there is probably the vocational courses have taken backseat. They have to be given priority. Develop the candidates for all those required skills Because, you know, what the reports say, the candidates will have to have reskilling, because might be in 5 years or so, you will see that partial automation in most of the jobs is done, and we'll be moving towards the full automation. That means reskilling is required. And even today, the data says that more than 40% skills which the candidates have got, they have to be again reskilled. So that means a composite, complete development of the candidates for all the required qualities. That is what the vocational education requires.
A quick follow-up question there, but how do you determine what the right skill is in terms of vocational program? Like, for example, we look at claims being made every month when it comes to AI, ChatGPT, you know, it can do this, it can do that. First we were told it will be able to replace all your video editors. Then we were told it will replace all graphic designers, then content creators. At that rate, I'm worried about my job as well. But the reality is, how do you determine what are the right skills to give students?
I tell you, that is where the catch lies. You know, how good and how quickly I am able to determine that what lies in future for me 10 years from now. Today, it is difficult even to foresee 2 years. And now, when a student...
Isn't 2 years a bit much?
That's
2 months. 2 months is difficult to predict.
You know, why I'm saying this is, a student comes to join a graduation course, he will complete in 4 years or 5 years. Now, he completes in 4 years. By the time he completes, he would see that probably the kind of skills he has acquired in 4 years. Now, when he passes out, things have changed altogether. So that means, as a university, we have to foresee, you know, how good we can foresee depends on us, but we have to foresee in integration with the industry that what requires in future, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now.
And Mr. Ashok Kumar, I mean, you bring a completely different vantage point compared to the other two gentlemen. Sports has now become a very major, you know, career choice, not just for athletes, but also for people who have multiple skill sets around sports. What changes do you think need to be brought about in universities to ensure that sports is, you know, career related to sports is not just seen as a good course to do, but in fact it is looked on as a very good career opportunity?
See, sports sector is certainly going to increase. From thousands of crores to, it is going to, the economy is going to go to lakhs of crores. Already Commonwealth Games 2030 are announced. Most probably we'll get 2036 Olympics also. If we get that, it will be many lakh crores. And sports has a potential of real skilling, you know, sports sciences you take, for example, sports nutrition, sports psychology, sports physiotherapy, right? So all these have a potential of real, you know, practical, not just a theoretical thing. These are practical things. Everyone needs. Every sports person needs. Every academy needs. If we want more medals in Olympics, we need to focus on sports sciences. So therefore, these are the real skills that universities can grant, which will be directly employable. You know, employability will be very high. Firstly, in government sector. Secondly, even if not in government sector, private academies. Now in Haryana, we have thousands of academies coming up. Whether it's wrestling, it's boxing, it is kabaddi. So all the sports skills. Earlier we used to have only a sports person or a sports coach. So now we have sports scientists. Now we have sports academicians. So ample number of opportunities, and it's a direct skilling, you know, hardly any theories. That is what I would say.
And I think one of the biggest selling points is your ChatGPT or any other AI tool can edit videos, it can do your graphic designing, but it can't run. It can't run on the field, it can't play sports. So I think that should be your biggest selling point. Mr. Jaswal, coming back to you, the thing with vocational programs in India is that we have a lot of learners in India who are first generation of a family going into school or any sort of traditional program. How do you make sure that they look at vocational programs as a real accessible career choice rather than just a fallback if they're not able to get into a college?
No, that absolutely depends on the kind of a curriculum which we design. You know, when the student comes from a village, you know, we have a number of students from a rural area also. When they come to us, they are totally novice. And they are open to change. Now, as far as we are concerned in SRM University, we involve the industry in the framing of a curriculum or the revision of curriculum from the very beginning. And the faculty, the trainers, they come from the day one. And the focus of our curriculum is the experiential learning. We not only talk about experiential learning, but hands-on experience and project-based learning. In fact, our curriculum is much different from the traditional way of teaching where we used to have the maximum credit on the classroom lectures. Now we follow 70-30%, where 70% of our curricula is focusing on the hands-on experience and project-based learning, and that is how they get that base to learn in that direction. That is the bit.
Absolutely. And I think beyond our technical skills or traditional skills, I think it's also the soft skills that matter. Professor Kaushik, I want to ask you this. I remember getting my first job as an engineer, not because of my technical skills, it was because of my soft skills. So that is when I realized how important it is. At Gurugram University, what are the efforts that you're making to ensure that all of these soft skills and skills beyond the traditional technical skills are also embedded in students so that when they appear for an interview or when they go out, they are confident and they're good to go?
You know, soft skills are very important, no doubt. And at Gurugram University, Gurugram, we take care that they are good when the student leaves the university after 4 years, for example. So they become very good in that. And that is why, along with the, we have integration with the industry as well. So depending upon the kind of requirements as well, what we do is, even in the soft skills, what kind of soft skill we talk. For example, we say leadership or communication, or you call it emotional intelligence or time management, for example. Now, all these are important, but these are important along with the kind of basic skill for which you have come to the university. So that means both will go together. So we at Gurugram University try to make them very good in the field for which they have come, sciences, engineering, humanities, commerce, management, law, whatever. Along with the soft skills, that means soft skills will complement the basic education. My product as a businessman, for example, I would be able to sell only when we have the strength in the product. Only then my soft skill will work.
Like they say in Hindi, jo dikhta hai, wahi bikta hai. So I think soft skill is that sort of an upper layer that also is needed to market and sell a product.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Ashok Kumar, one of the biggest problems in Indian education system is that you have a lot of school dropouts, really talented children who drop out of schools even before they complete their education or even schooling. What sort of urgent interventions do you think there needs to be on the policy level to ensure that all of these talented students are supported not just in schools and colleges but also throughout their vocational programs?
I would say that dropout is because the student is not good in academics, let's say. But it's not possible that any person will not be good at anything in the world. So what we need to focus is to identify what his or her basic talents are. Someone can be a good driver, someone can be a good sports person, someone can be a good artist, maybe good singer, good dancer. So there are thousands of, hundreds of skills. We need to identify those. If we focus on this thing that what positive the boy or the girl has, and then try to develop that talent, so there will be no question of dropout. Like sports, if you talk about sports, so if someone is not good at cricket, maybe he's good at boxing, maybe he's good at football, maybe he's good at basketball. I need to keep on trying. It's just not possible that any student, any boy or girl will not be good at any game. Therefore, we need to work hard on this. Instead of towing the old line, the beaten line that only I have to make you a cricketer, that sab koi Sachin Tendulkar nahi ban sakta. So we need to identify the talent and then work on it. If we go as per the boys or girls' talent, I'm sure there will be zero dropout.
But do you think we have the systems to identify? Mr. Jaswal, the problem is a lot of students in India, I'm sure everyone has been a student at some point, a lot of students in India identify their real skills, their real talent after they finish engineering. Do you think we have the systems in place to help students identify the real talent during school so that at least the courses that they do actually add value to what they're doing?
No, exactly. That is what the focus of the national education policy, when we say they have the choice, they can do any additional subject and the credits are transferred. So when they come from the school to the university or the college level, they have a freedom there. Like in my university, I would say the student of a law is also studying artificial engineering. He attends the classes of artificial engineering because we have given that option and the credits are transferred. But your question was at a school level. At a school level, we have some different problems. I think more focus is required to be given at the school education, where we have not been able to do it. Though we have made the right to education, primary education as a fundamental right. But if you go to the in actual reality to the rural area, either we don't have teachers or we don't have good schools, and the affirmative action is required. You asked a question to one of my colleagues regarding dropouts. I think some of the dropouts are because of the economic condition. So if you take into consideration those things also, they will come down. And the kind of choice of subject which is not given at the school level, that has to be provided. So we need a change in the education policy to that level as well.
Are you, Professor Kaushik, happy with how the national education policy is turning out to be? Like Mr. Jaswal said, there's a lot of focus on making sure that a student is not just stuck into a narrow stream. He or she is able to explore a lot more opportunity, learn more skills. You never know what comes in handy. You think any more additions have to be made to the education policy to make it more comprehensive?
You know, I believe what lies in National Education Policy 2020, it's very good. The only thing is the implementation, and the implementation has to be done by us only. You know, when it talks multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and this is what is required today. A student of geography can study music as well and science as well. So when we say even in skilling the composite, complete development, how would he get it? And that has been taken care of in the National Education Policy 2020. And secondly, when we say skilling and reskilling, even that has been taken care of as a complete personality development. When you talked of soft skills also, even that has been taken care of. So I think if the implementation is good, this policy would turn out to be very good.
But the problem is the national education policy is drafted by the center. Education is a state subject. There's a lot of issue with that also when it comes to implementation. So how do you solve that problem?
I believe, you know, the interests of the center and the state cannot be different. You know, ultimately...
Then why is there a fight?
Look, for whom the education is there, for the students, the candidates, the people and the student candidates are same in the center as well as in the states only. So I think if we forget our petty interests, probably this policy would turn out to be very good.
So, Mr. Jaswal? Same question to you.
Well, there are many positive points of national education policy, but what the central theme of your question was, why there is a difference. Probably what should have been done, education is not a state subject, it is in the concurrent list.
Correct.
So it is both center and state both can make the law, and the constitution is very clear that if both make the law which are different, then the central law will prevail. So two things were required, in my opinion. Number one, before the national education policy was rolled out, that time it was called as a new education policy, probably there should have been a consensus which could have been taken by the central government from all the states in advance that, okay, we are going to do this. Not by force, by acceptance. That is one. Secondly, the states also have to accept that if there are some positive point, there may be few, there may be many. They have to be taken because education is the manifestation of the development which is already in a human being. I'm reminded of Michelangelo, renowned sculptor from Italy. He used to make beautiful statue out of a rough rock. So once somebody asked, how do you make so beautiful sculpture from a rough rock of stone? You know, his reply was, a beautiful sculpture is already there in the rock. I only chisel it out. That is what we have to see. There is no student in the society who is not intelligent or who cannot study. My colleague said it. You know, we have to find out what is his interest, and we have to focus on that. And it is the duty of we all sitting here as teachers. So how do we tackle and how we chisel out the skill out of a student and give him a direction? One of the best example I can quote here is of Dhoni. Dhoni was a footballer, but he proved to be one of the best captain in cricket. So that is what it can be done.
Absolutely. I think that's a good note to end the conversation on, the fact that India continues to be a sleeping giant across a lot of sectors. The only way you can wake up this sleeping giant is by strengthening our system, vocational programs like you pointed out, and also ensuring that the right talent is tapped into. And all of that can only happen when our system, when our infrastructure is stronger. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I ask that you please remain on stage for a few moments longer. We'd like to present each of you with a token of our appreciation. Shruti Shukla, if I could please have you on stage to do just that. Our way of saying thank you for being here at the Times Now Education Summit. Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Professor Kaushik and Ashok Kumar, if I could have the two of you remain on stage, please, sir. We'd love for you to remain on stage, just Professor Kaushik and Ashok Kumar. And the remaining of you, thank you so much. You can join the audience once again. No, if I could please have Professor Kaushik and Ashok Kumar remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. All right. Yes, we'll just have, Ashok sir and Professor Kaushik sir. That's all we'll have for now. So kindly you can join us in the audience, sir. Thank you so much. All right. And with that, we'd love for you to essentially help us present the next set of awards, sir, here at the Times Now Education Summit 2025. And to do just that, the next category, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special one, and it's Excellence in HR and Learning Leadership. And the winner is Ganesh Yadav. Can we please have Ganesh Yadav on stage? This is an absolutely well-deserved award, because in a world where learning never stops and growth is continuous, strong HR and learning leadership becomes the foundation on which teams thrive. Phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a huge congratulations to Ganesh Yadav, recipient of Excellence in HR and Learning Leadership. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, and that category is Change Maker School. So if we could have Suraj Bhan DAV School as the recipient of this particular award, kindly join us on stage in receiving this highly coveted honor. And the Institute's very transformative vision, its progressive practices, and Principal Ms. Gargi Chabra's inspiring leadership is what has made the institution deserving of this award. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Suraj Bhan DAV School being recognized as a change maker. Thank you. Now we move on to our next category, which is Excellence Changemakers School. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Pragyan School. Could we please have the Pragyan School team on stage? So they were established back in 2002. They're embracing the philosophy of experiential learning. The school orchestrates a symphony of educational excursions, bi-monthly outings, and exhilarating treks, fostering an immersive learning journey to diverse destinations. Congratulations once again to Pragyan School. They go away with the highly coveted honor, Excellence Changemakers School. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Holistic Education. And it goes to SD Public School. Can we have SD Public School, please, on stage to receive the award? So with a balanced emphasis on academics, values, and overall development, the school has created a nurturing learning environment. And accepting this award is Mahavir Goyal. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in Educational Leadership. And this particular award, Excellence in Educational Leadership, goes to Venkateshwar International School. Can we have Venkateshwar International School? Kindly please do join us on stage. With its visionary leadership and a strong focus on academic excellence, the institution is setting new benchmarks in quality education. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in School Education Leadership. And it goes to Queens Valley School. Can we have Queens Valley School, please, on stage? So through progressive teaching practices and committed leadership, the school has consistently nurtured future-ready learners. Again, Queens Valley School, Excellence in School Education Leadership. All right. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Emerging University of the Year 2025. And it goes to Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya. Let's have them on stage, please. So accepting the honor on behalf of the university, we have the Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Yogesh C. Goswami amongst us. Congratulations on this tremendous honor, sir. Emerging University of the Year 2025, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya. With that, we move on to our next category, which is Outstanding Contribution to Technical Education. And it goes to Raj Kumar Goyal Institute of Technology. Let's please have the team on stage. So RKG, Group of Institutions Ghaziabad, is known for its excellence in technical education. And accepting the honor on behalf of the institution is Mr. Akshat Goyal, Vice Chairman. Again, outstanding contribution to technical education, Raj Kumar Goyal Institute of Technology. All right, with that, we'll move on for the moment. And the next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Innovative Pedagogical Practices. And it goes to KIIT World School. So, we're recognizing them this evening for their learner-centric classrooms, their progressive teaching methodologies, and future-ready curriculum. If I could please invite Dr. Sangeeta Bhatia, National Awardee and a distinguished leader in Indian education, to graciously receive the honor. That's right. Excellence in Innovative Pedagogical Practices, KIIT World School. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next category, which is Outstanding Preschool Chain. And the winner is First Cry IntelliTots Preschool and Daycare. So can we please have the team on stage? First Cry IntelliTots Preschool stands tall with a strong national footprint of 500 plus preschools across India. It's trusted by parents, driven by purpose, and committed to shaping 21st century achievers. Outstanding preschool chain. With that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next category. And the next category is Excellence in Dental Education and Periodontology. And it goes to Dr. Rehan Mirza. So can we please have Dr. Rehan Mirza on stage for outstanding contributions to dental education, clinical excellence, and advancements in periodontology. We present the Excellence in Dental Education and Periodontology Award to Dr. Rehan Mirza. Congratulations once again, sir, for this incredible achievement and honor. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Most Innovative Curriculum. And the winner of this particular award, Most Innovative Curriculum, goes to the Beacon School, Gurugram. And so let's have them on stage. There's over 19 years of distinguished experience here in education, shaping academic and cultural excellence. We proudly welcome Ms. Rupa Midha, Principal of the Beacon School, a campus that's built for exploration, for innovation, and holistic student growth. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Huge appreciation. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next panel discussion on capacity building for Digital India. So digital transformation is reshaping how India learns, how it works, and how it grows. But technology alone is not enough. Capacity building is the real differentiator. So from digital literacy to schools to leadership readiness in institutions, the focus must be on people, processes, and platforms altogether. So bridging the digital divide empowers educators in creating future-ready learners. And that is, of course, the key priority. And this particular panel will examine how education systems can build scale, can build resilience and innovation for a truly digital India. So I'd like to take the opportunity to spearhead this particular discussion. It's very close to my heart. And joining me in this discussion are now our panelists. I ask that you please welcome them with a round of applause. We've got Mr. Sachin Vats, founder of Gurukul, the school. They've walked away as a winner tonight. A great voice of thought leadership. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and for joining the panel. Then we've got Kumar Vivek Singh, who's the founder and CTO of Go Trust, another industry pioneer. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on stage. Mr. Aman Sahni, founder of the Beacon School, Gurugram, and DME and DTC Colleges, Noida. And Ms. Ruchika Sharma, principal of Pragyan School, Greater Noida. Let's please have all of them on stage. All right. So Sachin, I'm going to start off the conversation with you. All right? We're leapfrogging into an AI era as we speak. But the fundamental realities in this country are fairly different in that over half of schools don't have computers. Over half of schools don't have internet. So vis-a-vis this on-ground reality and the background that I've just described, what is it going to take in terms of digital capacity building at the most grassroots level so we leapfrog successfully within the limitations of our realities? Over to you.
Thank you for this question. And I think the fundamental question is, when we talk about this gap of non-availability of the basic infrastructure in a couple of places and also the penetration of internet, I personally feel that, there's a saying need is the mother of all invention.
Sure, absolutely.
And if I am clear that for a country of size of India,
right,
if I am able to create awareness, first of all, amongst people, why do they need that digital literacy? Why do they need that capacity building primarily? If
why
that
is it
why
transformative?
Is clear,
correct.
yes, if the why is clear, then I would be able to automatically find my way to get it done.
Sure.
So, having said this, the fundamental question is, shall government make it a mandate that AI curriculum would be floated in all the schools from 2026 and all? Schools are still struggling with basic fundamental skills in children. There are, as you rightly said, there are more than 1/3 of schools in the country which are digitally dark at present.
Right.
And
Absolutely right.
If we can be a role model for all those schools, at least 2/3 which has, can we do something good? Can we bring that clarity to the implementers? The challenge remains with the teacher capacity building. Teachers are fearful. There is always a fear that whether my job will remain or not, because children have a skill which is higher than the educator sometimes. And this gap between children knowing much better than the teachers is clearly reflected, because the kind of slangs they use. Yesterday I was speaking to a child and he says, "Sir, do you know 6-7?" I said, 6-7? I haven't heard about it.
Right.
So, we find ourselves aliens. A generation which is so far left behind, but these children know much better than us.
And within a generation, there seem to be multiple generation gaps.
Absolutely.
Right.
But again, for the country, which is so huge, I feel that taking baby steps and understanding that whatever you do, let us first implement the current available resources, see its outcome, do a reflection, understand the challenges which are contextual. No two schools are same. No two places are same. So if I understand, and the complete leadership, the ecosystem, the parents, the students, the teachers, and the leadership team, all of them need to come together, understand how to do that. And once these models of success are established, then probably we can reach out to the others and have a symbiotic relationship where we take it as a community service. We understand, say, for example, if I talk about my school, if I feel that I am little ahead of the curve, maybe I reach out to my neighborhood schools which are not that affluent in terms of resources and all. I can offer. I can ask my students to offer. I can ask my students to probably reach out to the community and make them first understand what real capacity building means. And it is not about only for these students. But if we want this country to be the Viksit Bharat in 2047, how about all those people who are still left behind? So that's how probably we can go ahead.
It's such a fair question. And Sachin, I think it all begins with the blueprint. And that very much seems to be the case within the four walls of Gurukul. So we salute, applaud that effort. And moving on now, and I'll come to you now, Kumar. I think one of the leading criticisms of the education system in our country is that we're churning out graduates. We absolutely are. But they're simply not employable. They're not industry ready. Forget about future ready. How do you respond to that? And where does the solution lie?
Thanks a lot for the question.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So how I see it is a slightly different problem. What I probably believe is, if you look at users, digital users, there are three, mostly not the journey, but at least the levels that we can operate at. So one is just like a digital user. The other probably is a digital worker kind of a person who is executing the tools. And the third probably would be a digital citizen.
Sure.
So my take probably is, as we look at the gap, we have to take this journey from being just a digital user who's just consuming the data to taking it to say maybe that person who is executing the tools, and then as we go along, probably look at the. So my take is on this is what I think, and probably somebody has also coined it, is looking at the advent of AI, some of the repeatable skills that we already are building as part of our curriculum will be automated. So the take from my side is that we have to look at the mostly non-STEM kind of skills like creative writing, or probably looking at exploring the why and what part of the problem.
Sure.
Like for a student to adapt to the changes that are happening in the outside world. So we have to look, inculcate those feelings about why and how, the skills about why and how, like you debate, you question, you argue, you critically think, you do an analysis of data. Those skills probably help you adapt to the changing environment, because, I mean, as we see, like the professor said, that it's like probably 2 years is probably a very long time. So we have to look at that as a gap. And somebody has coined it, and I think I find it very apt, that probably looking at digital civics as a subject,
sure,
which could be like how you I mean, educate people to become aware of what the digital world has to offer to our next generation, or the current, the next set of people that are coming in.
Some wonderful, very tangible takeaways. And, thank you for sharing that, Kumar. And if I come to you now, Aman, look, many are of the mind that when it comes to building digital capacity building, the problem is not the students. The constraints stem from the teachers. Do you share that sentiment? And if so, how does one even begin to bridge that gap, sir? Because look, if at an elementary school level itself, the students are not digitally equipped, isn't higher education, college, university far too late to then bridge the delta?
So I think the building a better digital capacity, it's obviously starts with the teachers and training of the teachers for many things. First of all, implementing learning management systems is critical right now, using them well, using data well. There was a time earlier when for most students, when they would get their assessment, that, the teachers, there's a running joke, teachers would say, you've done well, can do better. A standard line like that.
Sure.
But now there's so much more data. So using that data is critical. So teachers have to understand how to use data, the importance of it, of protecting it. So definitely a lot of capacity building has to be done to that effect. Obviously when we're using, digital, we're using data in general, and we have access to platforms. There's a lot of security elements that come into play. So a lot of trainings have to be done for that, to have a strong setup which can provide the context of a digital education within our classrooms.
Right. And what I love about this panel is they're not just talking the talk, they're walking the walk. And that's going to lead me into my next question, which is to you, Ruchika. Because, at your academic institution, there's an extended day boarding facility which allows dedicated time to develop skills outside of academics alone. How have you been able to leverage that time, that dedicated focus, to essentially develop that digital building capacity such that students emerge all the more holistic and future ready?
I must say that when we have been sitting here and hearing everyone talk about sports, skills, innovation, to be a part of the requirement of today's world, I think it all burns down to how and when do we do that? We had a gentleman from over here moderating a previous panel discussion who said that I'm here not because of my engineering degree, but because of my softer skills.
Right.
And I think that is very important. So when we talk about schools with longer time, and I talk about Pragyan with a lot of passion, it is because of the time that we get, not for extended longevity of time where more learning can happen, but it is the time where we can dwell deeper into education to bring out the best in our children. So when we say longer time, we mean how that time is to be used productively and to the best of capacity, so that we come up with students, we build students who are future ready. So it is not just academics, it is what more that is required in tomorrow's world. And that is out of the box thinking, it is communication, it is how to learn to live with others. We are in a world where there is plethora of information. It is overload of information, I must say.
Absolutely.
Now, how to disseminate that information, how to analyze that information meaningfully, to sieve that information and to see what can be done from it, is what is required to be taught to the children. And that can happen when we have more time. And when we have more time, when we give so much of exposure to children, not just in academics, but also, let's say, in theater, in art, in music, bring in our Indian heritage, coming to school, where we do spic-macays. We bring the children to their roots.
Right.
We give them time to collaborate with each other, to do projects, work on things, think together, have that opportunity to learn how to deal with each other and do teamwork, how to tackle problems and look for probable solutions that can be effective in the world of tomorrow. All this can happen in school with longer time, I think. And that is the exposure that we are giving to our children, to the extent that our children today are producing and are working together to come up with projects and products which are now getting patented. So when we are coming up with those skills, innovations, making children do things with their hand, along with being digital savvy, is what we can do with time in our hand.
And I think your organization is doing it beautifully, ma'am, if I can say so myself. And my next question is going to be to all four panelists, and Seshal, I'll start with you. When we talk about the national education policy, it has inbuilt flexibility. So with that flexibility, many times different state governments interpret it differently, right? And then all of a sudden, there is a lack of standardization when it comes to digital literacy across state lines. So my next question, which I pose to all four panelists, is should there perhaps be a fair amount of standardization such that every 10th graduate Indian child has fairly equivalent digital skills? Or does one need to simply make the best of the scenario against the backdrop of their local realities and local capacity? I'll start with you, Sachin.
Well, I think there's a beautiful saying again, every child is unique.
Right.
And every child has a unique learning capacity.
Sure.
When we talk about standardizing things, again, education influences the society and society influences the education. It is very contextual again. Even two schools in the same city cannot be same. But when we talk about certain life skills, when we talk about digital skills, why at the end of the day I want this child to learn those digital skills for his survival? For example, at the teenage, we all know about the cyberbullying and we know about the safety and security while using technology. So that means this is standard. I should do it with all.
Right.
But when it comes to a vegetable vendor who knows how to use the digital payment method, but can I take an extra class by my student community to make him understand that this pattern of your digital transaction will make you create a credit history of yours where you can go to a bank and can get a loan. Now, he has never imagined this can happen with him. Now, this is happening with all kinds of schools. Imagine a high schooler who knows open network commerce can be done on internet, maybe the school dropout challenge can reduce if he knows that I can help my father put up his products or crop or whatever in the e-market, and I can get a better price.
Sure.
I can help my family get the best price in the whole country, and entire world is the market for me. Now, this empowerment, when it comes to the child, the family starts valuing the value of digital education. So now, how would this happen? Things in Bihar are different, things in UP are different, things down south are different. So, couple of things need to be standardized, which are so essential as basic fundamental skills, but other things are very contextual, which depends on your interest, your aptitude, and your probably aspiration, what you want to be. So, this is how I could put it.
Fair enough. I'll come to you with the same question, sir. Do you echo the same sentiment as Sachin?
Yeah, I think most of the points he's already covered, and I think those makes absolutely sense. What I would probably want to extend my point that I was saying about digital civics as a subject kind of a thing where, like you said, the context varies from school to school, from district to district, from state to state. So just the hygiene level, say in the preliminary schools, probably we have the hygiene level digital awareness, like in secondary, probably looking at the cyberbullying and so on and so forth of the side effects. We look at that as a standardization. So whatever he said, I'm just elaborating a bit more on that, but it's like looking at that, and then probably as we go along, maybe more niche required tools and skills that we need as we probably become graduate or maybe in the engineering.
All right. So, Aman, is customization the answer or standardization?
I think it depends on the lens you're looking it through. I think from a macro level, I don't think it's a state issue or even a national issue. I think it's a global change that's happening. We are reading what's happening in Australia or what's happening in other parts of the world when it comes to digital access to digital platforms. So I really think that it is a context. Digital education is sort of one part of a change that's being affected in society globally. There's over $1 trillion sum being pumped into AI every year. So changes are coming globally. So there are, I'm sure, a lot of things that need to be standardized, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. A lot of basic things, digital financial literacy, things like that I think absolutely can be standardized, probably should be standardized and not just discussed in the context of state or national level, but internationally. There should be more consensus on a lot of these things. But of course, all of these are subject to minor tweakings at different levels when you come down and start looking at the micro level needs. So I think broadly, I'm quite actually happy with most of this discussion happening at a larger level with minor tweaking at.
The optimism is very heartening to hear. And coming to you now, Ruchika.
Very truly and rightly said that AI and digital literacy is here to stay, and we are very much part of it. The forthcoming generation, the generation that is there and is more tech savvy, and as rightly said, they are much ahead of us. It then becomes important for everyone, for the central government or for the state, to ensure to see how this information, how digital literacy is getting filtered into the children and at what level. But since it is here, the framework is there and it needs to be there. The outcomes are, it's one. When you talk about children passing out from 10th at a certain level, they would all be digital literate. But what is to be done, what is not to be done, those finer aspects definitely need to be taught to our children.
All right, and a final question, and I want each of our panelists to answer in a single sentence, complete the sentence. We'll start with you, Sachin. digital capacity building across India's education landscape is going to take? Fill in the blank.
The genuine intent.
Phenomenal. Coming to you, what will it take?
I think we still need to, my take is slightly different. I believe that probably he's covered it to the intent part, but I think we need to focus on, not probably looking at the trends that are happening worldwide, but it has to be, not try to ride the hype cycle that we have across many forced learning on, say, languages and so on and so forth. Because of the changing scenarios with the AI coming into play, I believe it has to be more into, say, critical thinking, and maybe more debating, more so on and so forth of the words, and then probably be open to adopting to the changes that are happening. So that is the best way to, I think.
Fair enough, sir. Over to you, Aman.
I think it will take doubling down on formative learning which is there in schools and adding on using technology as a tool rather than focusing on it.
Perfectly put. I'll give you the last word, Ruchika.
Digital learning and technology will take India leaps and bounds. We have the skills, we have the power. Our generation has the vision. We are going to go forward in leaps and bounds.
What a power-packed panel, ladies in discussion. Huge round of applause for all of them, please. Let's keep it coming. Yes, thank you, thank you. And Shuchi Shuklak, please have you on stage to felicitate each of our panelists with a token of our appreciation, our way of saying thank you for being here at the TimesNow.in Education Summit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Aman, Umar, Sachin, Ruchika, thank you so much for all of the tangible insights shared. All right, our panelists can kindly join the audience. Shuchi, I ask that you please remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. We're going to present 2 last awards, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next session. So the first category is Excellence in Holistic Student Development. And the winner is Bal Bhavan International School. Can we please have Bal Bhavan International School on stage to receive the honor? They're an acclaimed futuristic school that is dedicated towards serving society by providing a learning milieu that fosters holistic development of the child. The quintessential culture of the school resonates with the teaching of humanistic values, core life skills, and excellence in academics. All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations again. And our next award is Outstanding Contribution to Technical Education. So if we could have Raj Kumar Goyal Institute of Technology, our winners, kindly please arrive on stage to accept the honor. So RKG Group of Institutions Ghaziabad is known for its excellence in technical education. Accepting the honor on behalf of the institution is Mr. Akshat Goyal, its Vice Chairman. Outstanding Contribution to Technical Education, Raj Kumar Goyal Institute of Technology. Thank you. Thank you, Sushi. Thank you so much. So we now move on to a very special launch, and this initiative is a newly created forum dedicated to highlighting impact, innovation, and excellence across India's education ecosystem. So to take this forward, I can please invite on stage a very special guest, the founder and chairman of OneXtel Communication. Please join me in welcoming MD Rizvi. Huge round of applause, please. Let's have you on stage, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Respected panelists, education leaders, partners, and the entire Times Now team. Thank you for being the part of second edition of Times Now Education Summit. At the outset, I would like to thank all our panelists for their valuable insights and congratulate all the leaders who are being recognized today. Your work truly improved India's education ecosystem. At One Excel Communication, we are a strategic focused company. We bridge the gap between the credible information and the right audiences. I would also like to briefly introduce to our new initiative, X Education. X Education is a neutral education forum created to highlight impact, innovation, and excellence across the education ecosystem. The forum will function as a knowledge-driven ecosystem initiative aligned with values of our network. Through X Education, we will showcase verified achievement, extraordinary work, and meaningful initiative by schools, universities, and learning organizations. This will be supported by a dedicated digital page and social media handles focused purely on storytelling and sector upliftment. We, along with timesnow.in, have successfully conducted surveys across North, East, and South India. We are looking forward to expand our survey into Engineering Institute and B-School survey as well. I sincerely thank you once again, all our sponsors, partners, for supporting this initiative. Once again, I congratulate all the award winners. Thank you and have a good night. Thanks.
All right. A wonderful note upon which to close. And as we come to the close of today's summit, I'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks once again to our partners who made this event possible. So this summit was presented in association with One Excel Communications, of course, our knowledge partner, SRM University, innovation and research partner, Delhi Technological University, our digital transformation partner, Onfinity Technologies, our digital education partner, Coursera, associate partner, RKGIT Ghaziabad, and our education partner, Bennett University. Thank you to all of our speakers, our panelists, our partners, our audience for being a part of this meaningful dialogue. And I'd especially like to thank our console, our backstage team, our camera crew. It takes a lot of effort to put something like this together, and their dedicated effort and contributions have made it all possible. With that, to this lovely audience, thank you for joining us at the TimesNow.in Education Summit and Awards 2025 North Edition. Good evening and have a lovely night.